Hello, NES fans, and welcome to the Big 20 race number 17. We've done 17 of these things going back almost a decade now, but I'm sure for some of you out there, this is your first. So here's what's up. 2 months ago, we asked the community, which games do you want to play? And you all answered the popular ones. And we said, well, okay. And we got to work setting a 5 to 10 minute goal to be completed in each of the 20 games. 5 weeks ago, we revealed the list, and the community lit up with discussions and tutorials and strats and questions and answers and stress and fun and a lot of practice, all for today. It all culminates in one chance, one big race of all 20 games, back to back. I'm Mythical 9. I'm here to commentate this race, and with me, I have someone who still got the spark, that speedrunning spirit, all the way back from, oh gosh, I mean, Classic Games Done Quick was 2010. There's stuff on SDA from before that. It's Empty Eye.
Hello, everyone. Yes, very excited for this race today.
There's not too many people who were around back then who are still here, you know?
Indeed not, but somehow here I am.
We're very happy to have you. We have a race. Oh, there's something like 80 plus people. Karaoke's in the chat. I'm still here. That's right. Shoutouts if you're still here. We'll balance the audio, by the way, as needs be. So thank you all for your feedback. 82 racers being reported.
It's like 82 officially registered today.
That is so many. That is so many people. Some of these streams look to be moving really slow. By the way, just on the thing that I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's our end or what's going on there, but yeah, I kind of see what you mean now.
Well, I mean, all right. So we'll try to iron some things out on the production side of things. This timer has started counting up in the bottom right, but I mean, has the race actually started? This looks like practice to me, right? Yeah, the race has been going on. Something is pretty, it's not right.
Yeah, I don't know if the timer on the bottom right is off, but yeah, the race started, it looks like about almost 4 minutes ago now.
Yeah, the streams are just coming in like super slow or something. JSR stream looks to be moving at the right speed.
JSR looks good. PJ was looking good and then froze on my end. Okay.
That's about where you would be 4 minutes into this race. So, apologies for the awkward start here, but here we go. Castlevania 3 is the first game in the list. You get a whip upgrade at 4 to 8 hearts, and you're looking mostly to keep this holy water power up that JSR has here. This is really good for quick killing a lot of the bosses. If you die, you lose it. You get one chance to get it back in stage 3. So it's you really don't want to die, and there's, I mean, not a lot of health in this game. So managing your health, especially when damage boosts let you go faster, is critical. We're gonna see JSR actually get some extra health right here, and I suspect most people in this race are gonna pick that up.
Yeah, that's right. And there is one more health, I believe, just before Alucard. The goal for this race is to team up with Alucard, or I guess defeat Alucard is technically where the goal more or less ends. I believe the timing ends on when that text box where Alucard's like, "Hey, you beat me," starts to open up. So
Yeah, Castlevania 3 is cool. They introduced this split route. You can choose which way to go in the game in between levels, and it will take you to totally different levels where you can find totally different characters.
yeah, the characters thing is really cool because they all play pretty differently from one another. So you can pick, any of the three partners, or if you, just love that jumping and whipping action, you can opt to go Trevor solo as well.
Which is the majority of what they're. I mean, it is the entirety of what they're going to be doing. The goal ends right when they get their new friend. JSR is appears to be in this lead. I have no idea who is actually in the lead. Everyone else is stuck in molasses, whereas JSR is stuck in the muck of this swamp. Has just got through sort of the hardest part of the third stage now.
Yes, everyone else stuck in the metaphorical swamp. Actually, it looks like Level Engine also in this section here, whereas JSR just got through the literal swamp.
Level Engine is, I believe, the record holder, if not an absolute top runner here in this category. But it's currently appears to be JSR in the lead, who is fighting this boss. He's going to be very... Oh no, the bats have gotten away. They're all over the place. He's going to be okay. I think he's got the health to take these hits and mess around.
He manages to save it there. Got a little bit away from JSR there. Managed to pull it in time. So.
If you can hear us, by the way, chat, apologies. Everything lit on fire the moment the race started. Apparently, we have people who are working on every problem that is currently here. We are aware of such problems. We're going to do our best, and thank you so much for your patience here at the start of this race. As we move on, JSR, onto the final level of the goal. He's already taken some damage, and if you want to go the top route on this level, you need all of your health to take all of the damage boosts. So we're going to see JSR take the low route. Probably most people are going to take it anyway because of the risk involved, but if anyone would, I would think it would be Level Engine.
Yeah, there is a point where you want to kind of transition possibly to the bottom route, because otherwise before that there's one screen in particular where if you get knocked down too early, then you just have to wait absolutely forever for these blocks to get whittled away. I think JSR just passed it. So potentially use the bottom route, but not too soon.
So I see JSR up top, but I don't. These spikes do half damage, so he's gonna have to wait at the top here anyway. Which is the whole point of going to the top, is damage boosting on these spikes and getting across. So, unfortunately, he's not gonna enjoy the benefits of the top route. Level Engine in the top left is, by the way, no, drops down to the bottom actually. So even Level Engine is gonna be taking the safer route here. That just goes to show you how dangerous it is to go down to 2 health going into the boss fight.
Yeah, this game is it is not an easy game, even in kind of the early stages that you play here. And so there is definitely a degree of kind of risk management involved in it. And a very nice Alucard kill there from JSR. The Holy Water in Castlevania 3, not quite as good as it is in the first game, but still quite powerful. Mostly hold on to it wherever you can.
So Alucard has been defeated for JSR. The other players, I think, are closer than they appear. Actually, now it looks like Rayo and PJ are moving almost at the right speed here. We've been focusing on our top left and bottom right racers, both because they're very good at the game, but also because the They're the streams that I trust the most in terms of where they actually are on the screen. Though the American and Weem is in a very scary situation here. Retreats to the top left corner and uses the cross to fight off all of the bats at a sliver of health. That is really smart heads up play.
Yes, very nicely done there. Had precisely the amount of health they needed to get through that.
So normally with these Big 20 races, we try to have a softball, a couple of softballs early on, ease you into it, nothing too hard, nothing too demanding. But these races where we ask the community to vote on which ones they want in, they vote for really popular games that are often really dense with speedrun tricks. And so we get Ninja Gaiden 2 here on game number 2. This is something that well, I mean, there's a Summoning Salt video out recently you may have seen that will go into all of the details, but Jimmy Poopins and Becco, along with a lot of other speedrunners, are responsible for pushing this game really far, creating tons and tons of optimizations, and it's just straight up a hard game. So this is a really tough, demanding, and sometimes really punishing game to have for game number 2.
Yeah, this is definitely not a softball game by any means, casually or speedrun-wise. I do think, as far as the US versions of Ninja Gaiden go, I personally think casually it is, relatively speaking, the easiest of the trilogy, but it is still a very demanding game, even if you're not doing the speed pack. And then obviously if you are, that just adds a whole other dimension to it.
Right. Sometimes doing the speedrun strat is like you at least you have a plan to get through it. You know where things are going to be. It can be sometimes easier than having to react to the chaos of enemies spawning and respawning and birds swooping and following. We got the big thing about Ninja Gaiden 2 is these orange ninja clones. We don't have 60 FPS probably on most of these players. It looks like JSR's got it pretty good. So these things, these flickering after images follow behind your movements, but they attack when you attack, and you will use Ninpo, special ninja magic, whenever you use it as well. So they effectively triple your damage output on the boss. JSR is going to be coming up against this boss here, and it's just going to melt. He's got the 50 Ninpo, he's got the Art of the Fire Wheel, so he's just going to be throwing this Ninpo, and now the boss is gone.
Yeah, that was actually an interesting point you made, that especially the first Ninja Gaiden, not necessarily at a top level, but at a, if you will, sort of more casual quote-unquote speedrun level. The first Ninja Gaiden in particular, and probably this one too, is almost easier to play at like a casual speedrun clip, if you will, than it is to try to play it, 100% casually, if that makes sense. The game almost is kind of designed for that. The real key is basically just go fast before everything can kind of overwhelm you, especially later on in the game.
I'm seeing Infinite Mystery, who joins these Big 20 races often at that casual speedrun level that you're talking about, maybe even a little more casual, sometimes completely blind, has never played it. Definitely these games are too popular that Infinite Mystery has played them before. Is currently in a bad spot. It has 1 health and is proceeding extremely slowly, is whipping everything, looking for some kind of health or secret or something, but Castlevania 3 is pretty light on those wall meets that'll get you hit, and then gets hit by the bat, so it does end up going down.
The bat.
PJ on 3-1 of Ninja Gaiden, as well as Level Engine. The lightning strikes will reveal the layout of the level, but it's pretty slow to sit around and wait for them. So the players have memorized using visual cues like the orbs and stuff, where to jump, when, and they're really just kind of throwing it all out there. And it's gone pretty well for everyone so far. The boss of 3-2 actually defeated JSR, moving on to stage 4.
Yep. Meanwhile, American Dweem working on Alucard using some axe strats here. Going to solve this with diplomacy. Alucard a question here multiple times. Not as quick as the Holy Water, especially with the setup, but with a little bit of practice, it is relatively safe.
Yeah, it's a really good backup to know. There's one holy water you can get in stage 3, but once you're past that, no more. So, knowing the axe is your best bet, and you can 3-cycle Alucard if you know what you're doing with that axe. So, that was a nice backup. Going to be moving on to game number 2 now for the American Weem. Oh, level engine is out of Ninpo. No, it does have Ninpo. It was just kind of, the boss was like way down on the ground, so it was just kind of slashing him for a little bit. Gets the kill. JSR is going to be doing probably a damage boost. Yeah, is jumping up to lure a bird and then gets hit into a pit. That is not the way you want a damage boost. You are looking to get a boost up to the second level of the screen like this. Now, this means JSR just lost both ninja clones, lost the Ninpo. It's going to be on the lookout for those power-ups. You got to know where they are.
And I am actually not sure. Okay, he knows where they are. I was gonna say, I'm actually not sure there are 2 ninja clones to be picked up between now and the boss, but
Yeah, I knew there was that one, and I'm pretty sure there's another. This is the kind of thing, though, that it's you don't want this to happen in your race, so you don't really want to spend your precious practice time on being like, here's what happens. You know, hopefully I will never use this, but I'm gonna spend time learning it anyway. But it's such a good idea. You really don't want to get caught flat-footed having to fight a boss with half damage, which it looks like JSR is actually going to have to do. This is only one clone. Actually,
still gets through it. Still gets through it pretty nicely though. And yeah, in a big 20, that is a especially for more of the top level competitors, let's say, that is a big consideration. Is, you know, how much time do you spend practicing backups? What backups do you practice? So that, you know, if and when things go wrong, you're ready to hopefully not let things spiral too far out of control. Some games you want to do that on more than others, I would say.
So PJ is actually in 5-2. This is Jorf's favorite stage. The thing that Jorf likes about this stage is the ice. You can attack and slash and stuff on the ground without stopping, and it gives this level kind of like a nice sense of flow. JSR got the damage boost up to the second level, but PJ is ahead here. Is going to be coming up onto the boss Ashtar. There is a legendary Ashtar quick kill that is so crazy bonkers difficult. It's laughable to think that anyone would ever even try to get it in a big 20 race. There's very few people on the planet who, like, not like, oh, they've done it in their run or whatever. I mean, there's very few people on the planet who have ever done it, period. There's people who have tried for hours and have never been able to do it even once. It is so hard. But if you're not doing that and you're just kind of throwing some ninja when you wait a couple seconds, he's pretty easy. So he goes down, and PJ is the first on stream to get to punch it. But again, reminder, there's like 80 people racing. We would like to be showing lots of people swapping them in and out. It looks like we're going to be held back a little bit on the production side of things. So thank you for your patience. But hopefully eventually we can start to take a look at where some of the other racers are and how they're doing.
So PJ onto Mike Tyson's Punch Out. The goal here is essentially the first half or so of the Another World circuit to the Bald Bull fight. In that, the first opponent in this is actually correctly inputting the password, because the password itself isn't hard, but to activate it, you have to actually hold Select or Start and then hit B at the same time. And it is actually quite a tight timing to hit A and B at the same time. If you do it wrong, you have to re-enter the password. So,
yeah,
that's really an unintended extra opponent in this Big 20 Another World circuit.
It's the first boxer you got to go up against in this game. The second is King Hippo, who will sort of randomly open his mouth, and that's when you can hit him and get your shots in. If you are amazing, you can react and hit him in the first 5 frames, and that gets you an extra punch. And if you do that 4 times in a row, you can do it in one less cycle. I don't expect anyone to get anywhere close to getting this. But even just reacting to the mouth opening period is, I don't know. Everyone's probably going to be okay there, but it's not totally free. As well as getting stars here on Great Tiger that PJ is fighting. Managed to successfully get enough stars by delaying a gut punch And now Great Tiger goes down basically before the first minute. If you knock him down with a star punch, he will get up on a 1 count, which means anyone who gets up on a 1 count in the whole game will go down immediately if you hit them with a star. So he's just able to knock him back down, and we're on to the next fighter.
Yeah, the Great Tiger, there's actually a few different ways you can kind of set that up. The absolute quickest being the kind of delayed gut punch. If you also just look at the clock and punch at certain times, you'll also get the stars, although I believe that's a bit... for me personally, it's a lot safer to just kind of look at the clock and punch at certain times. I think it's 7, 14, 21, uppercut twice, 30, 38, uppercut, and then 45. And then he'll go down, and then you just hold start, essentially. Great Tiger goes down 2 more times.
Yeah, you can hold stuff in this game. You can buffer almost every input in this game. You just need to, if you throw a punch while you're punching, if you release punch and then press and hold it again, you will punch again on the very first frame that it is available. And that means you can be perfect. You can be absolutely frame perfect. So sometimes you can construct a sequence of actions that will perfectly land you on some dodge or some hit, and that's what we're going to see here on Piston Honda. JSR is wasting all his hearts trying to punch Honda in the face. It's 20 punches, 10 left dodges, 4, 5, 6. I'm not going to count them because I'm a little bit out of sync, I think. And then 5 gut punches, and it's going to land perfectly in the middle of whatever his stupid special move is. It gut punches him. He goes down. He does not get back up.
There's actually a second sequence you can use that will get you the same result, which is, I believe, 20 left gut punches, 16 right dodges, and then 2 left gut punches. 2010-5, probably a little bit easier to remember in the heat of race day, but the 2016-2 does also work. That's what I was doing in kind of my practices for this commentary here.
Soda Popinski is a little bit scary now, much more so than the other fighters, though JSR does send him to the mat very quickly. He always does things in 2s. He opens up with 2 hooks, and then you're hoping for the uppercuts. Whenever he goes for an uppercut, if you are holding block, which you should be, he will kind of freeze down on the ground, and then you can hit him with this gut punch, and that not only will likely earn you a star, but it also sets a special flag that means your next star punch is just going to knock him down straight up. But you need to time that star punch correctly. You need to make sure that he's in the middle of doing something. Otherwise, it's likely, first of all, he might just hit you before you're done your star punch. But after the first 2 star punches, he's going to start dodging them. So you have to either stun him or counter punch him. So there's 1. You punch and interrupt him. He goes to hit you, but the star punch is already coming out. So that's exactly what you want to see on Soda.
Yep, so JSR moving on to Bald Bull here. Bald Bull was a fight I never learned all of the ins and outs of, but again, if you, I believe if you buffer things correctly, you have a chance of getting star punches, just like JSR did there. At certain points in the fight, Bald Bull will kind of move his gloves slowly up and down. That's a free star. And the other big twist to this fight is Bald Bull cannot typically be knocked down. You can only knock him down either with a star punch or by countering his bull charge that he does at, I believe it's at 2 minutes in the first round.
Yeah, that's right. You can also hit him with a star while he's doing that gloves up, gloves down thing. You can punch him for a star, or if you have one, you can let it fly, and he won't dodge it. But he'll dodge pretty much everything else. So, yeah, this has been a really good bullfight for JSR. It's the kind of thing where if you are getting your stars on those gut punches, right? You punch him in the face, he counters with a jab usually, and you dodge it and you punch him in the gut and you get a star. We'll see it right here. Yeah, there he is. He gets the star. So that's like a repeatable pattern you can do. He follows up with 2 hooks after that, and your goal is to dodge, punch him, get him a little bit low on health, and then hit him with a star twice, right? So that's exactly what you want. But if you mess that up, he doesn't throw 2 hooks anymore. He starts mixing in uppercuts and doing other things. They start to get really scary. They have different timings. So if you control the fight, it's okay, but boy, does it get scary if it doesn't. But JSR is out to Dr. Mario as well as PJ. We got Ray Io starting Soda Popinski. and then we'll check in with some of these other racers later.
Yeah, so JSR. Okay. Once again, we have a ticket into our ticketing system. It is critical priority. We are working on getting things back up and going here.
Yeah, for the meantime, we can check out this Soda Popinski fight. One more knockdown to go. Already has 2 stars. But again, you need to get an uppercut out of him. He always throws 2 hooks at the start. Here's the uppercut, which is not guaranteed. So it's good that we got it so quickly. And that's exactly how you want Soda Popinski to go. So Radio should feel pretty good about that one. It's funny. I know the production crew. They were working on all kinds of cool stuff. And they had all these ideas. They had it all lined up. And then everything lit on fire the moment the race was about to start. It's not the first time. It probably won't be the last.
Yep. That is the nature of production, if you will.
Thank you once again, everyone, for your patience. So Rayo's he's getting a lot of star punches off of face punches. And seems to be, I don't know, if this is not the typical bullfight. So I think we're going to see, yeah, there's the uppercuts now. These are fast. These are not so easy to dodge. Rayo dodges 2 in a row. Is now dodging the rolling jabs. Is just really kind of slow playing. This gets 1 knockdown, and we're close to 2 minutes, so we get a chance to knock down again when this bull charge happens.
Meanwhile, we see JSR actually almost done with Dr. Mario. Goal here is to beat level 17 at the speed of your choice, and what people discovered is that if you push start to go to kind of the selection screen, and then you immediately press start, or almost immediately, after a certain number of frames, you can kind of pick your seed and almost manipulate effectively the capsules and where the viruses are and all of that. So that's going to be the quick get through this, and JSR is indeed finished with Dr. Mario. He's got the cure.
It's the fastest game in the list by far. If there is a softball, it's this one, but it's not even all that free. Like, the execution of moving the pills around as fastly as possible is definitely non-trivial. I've seen a lot of people, doing mock big, I'm going to do a full run. Here I go. I'm on Dr. Mario. And whoops, I put the pill in the wrong place. And very few people learned how to really play Dr. Mario. Like, they just learned how to do this specific sequence of actions. So often there's so much left on the board that trying to just play it out from there is slower than just resetting and trying again. So it's, yeah, it's probably the easiest game in the list, but even then, it's really not all that easy. It's just a really tough list overall.
Yeah, especially if you don't try to manipulate it. Level 17, I believe, is actually even for, like, the Dr. Mario World Championships, which, yes, are a thing. I believe 17 is actually the highest level even those play at, because if you try and go above that, honestly, you're just sort of at the mercy of the starting, where, most of them you're just going to lose, and there's not really anything you can do about it. The starting position and the starting pieces are just not good enough to allow, even a casual clear, let alone one that's quick.
So we had some players briefly playing Kirby on the bottom side of the screen. It looked like they got, well, actually, no, we didn't get to see, I think. The plan for Kirby is to swallow the first 2 enemies on the screen that could give you a power. And when you do that, the game will start a roulette and will shuffle through almost all the available powers in the game. And so the third one in the list is the Whirlwind power-up. It's a 4-frame window, but on frames 9, 10, 11, 12 or something of the roulette, you can hit it, and then you will get your tornado when you're really not supposed to have it. And it's a super good ability. Now, I'm pretty sure we do not have 3 people completely tied in Kirby. I think that was an anomaly. I'm not sure who it actually is at the bottom of the screen, but someone is playing Kirby. They got their tornado, and the tornado is fast. It kills everything, but it's hard to control. It kind of goes on its own. You can control the left, right. You can tap the B button to make it go up. But it kind of sticks to the ground and will lock you into an animation. So you have to plan out well in advance where you're going to be using each of the tornadoes.
Yeah, and you are quite a 4-frame window to hit the tornado power up. So if you can speedrun Double Dragon 2, you can speedrun Kirby's Adventure.
Is that the knee? Anyway. The super knee move?
Yep, the knee is also 4 frames.
Gotcha.
The knee in Double Dragon 2 that you just use all speed run.
All the time. It's way too good.
This is a general U. I do not have the precision to be able to consistently hit that knee, by the way. So, Kirby's Adventure, I guess, just too tough of a game for me to speed run.
Well, you only got to do it once, and if you mess it up, you can respawn the enemies and try it again. It's gonna cost, I don't know, it's about 5-6 seconds or something to move and respawn the enemies, maybe a little more.
And it is close to the beginning of the game too, if you want to do the a full game category. I imagine at some point you swap to other powers throughout the game. For this category, you want to stick with Tornado essentially as long as possible.
I love that we're on the radio version now of the Big 20. Thank you, everyone. It seems like everyone's in a good mood. Thank you so much for the... I'm seeing some humor and stuff in the chat. Everyone has been very understanding. Thank you so much. So we're gonna switch over. We got some other racers lined up, and I'm guessing part of the problem was that we had like 12 people loaded up into memory or something all at the same time. So I think we're looking now at some of our closer to the lead here in Stans and Prissy. Probably Prissy for sure. Prissy is one of like 5 people who I would say is a favorite to win this whole thing. It is close enough that I feel comfortable saying there are like 5 favorites who can win this thing.
Yeah, maybe even more than that. But yeah, Prissy is definitely among them. Prissy is one of the people who has won a Big 20. In fact, he has won 3 of them throughout the throughout the history of the Big 20. If you're curious, that ties him for second all time with Code 22484. Yogi the Monk, Yogi the off-stream practice 10 hours a day Monk, is the all-time leader with 4 victories.
Yeah, and in terms of overall placements and stuff too, like if you assign points for getting second and third and fourth and stuff, then Yogi jumps way out in front of the pack. He's not only amazing at it, but he's been doing it basically since the beginning, really consistently. But like if anyone were to like overtake Yogi in whatever these Big 20 rankings are, it might be someone like Prissy. He is just extremely passionate about speedrunning. Especially NES games. Also, Arcus is constantly playing NES games, and he always shows up for the Big 20. I don't think he's going to be among the very top this time, even though there is some Ninja Gaiden in here. But I mean, he could. Like, so many things can happen. Like, there's like 5 or 6 favorites or whatever, and then there's like 15 other people who definitely could do it, and Arcus is certainly on this list. Fire Broth is also someone who has joined a lot of the Big 20s. Doesn't really like take the center stage the way that some of our top players do, but has been consistently finishing top 10, and now is starting to finish like 5th and 6th and stuff. So it's no surprise to see Fire Broth keeping pace with all the top runners here, already on the 5th game with them as well. And then we got Cantaloupe in the bottom right, who I think was unable to race today and then found out yesterday or something that like, oh, wait, no, I can do it. And was like, well, okay. And they just showed up. So here they are, completely unprepared, just trying to make it happen here in Ninja Gaiden. We love to see it.
Doing it live. You gotta love it. Yeah, it's always, that is really the great thing of the big, especially these People's Choice style races, is you do have people of all, all, I guess, hopeful results would be the way I could put it. You have the people who have been grinding it out hours upon hours a day, who are kind of in it to win it, and then, kind of, like you said, sort of that next tier down of, like, they want to do well for themselves, but maybe they're not super concerned about their actual placements. And then you do definitely have that tier of people who will just either, I'm just going to roll on in on race day and just kind of see what happens. Just have
Yeah,
fun with it.
why not?
You love to see it.
It's one of these things where the Big 20 is many things to many people, and it does mean sometimes you can't please everyone, right? Like some people got a lot of opinions about which games are in the list. They should be new. We should be putting a spotlight on the weird games, or like, no, I only really want to play the good games. Or yeah, but everyone gets something out of it, and some people get a lot out of it, and it's just wonderful to see everyone pour their passions in and come up with something. So we saw Stans doing this clip. PJ just did it as well in Kirby. And then PJ is moving on to probably the single hardest part of the Kirby goal is using the tornado power up to kill all of these guys in this arena in a sequence. So it's like bottom right, top left. Now we're going to kill the top left twice, but I think he did get him off screen maybe. Without the audio, it's hard to tell. But the tornado, you can hit the button on the tornado to go up to the next level while you're still in the tornado, and getting the enemy kill, then getting up to the next level, it's just really hard. So I think that was like maybe 2 extra tornadoes in order to get that done, compared to the the perfect strategy in that room that I don't think we'll really see today.
Now, the tornado, if you don't know how it works, and even if you do know how it works, it actually can be a little bit tricky to control. I think, like you were saying, whether you kind of tap or hold the B button will sort of determine where on the screen you go vertically. And, if you don't have that particular piece of knowledge, it can really just sort of seem random where you bounce along on the screen with the tornado.
So we got lots of people in Kirby now. They're pretty far along, though. That we're doing the first 2 worlds of Kirby. Wispy Woods is long dead. It's Paint Roller who is the boss of the second world. So Prissy just beat 2-5, which I think is the last level. Yeah, there's the boss opened up there. So Prissy's going to be the first one moving on to the boss on stream. Again, though, there are 82 people racing along, so it's I can't guarantee that we're going to have all of the top racers on stream all the time. But Prissy's looking really good here.
There you go, making quick work of the Paint Roller.
Yeah, the optimal kill has him dead still on the top level, so lost a little bit of time dropping down. That's the kind of thing where, like, I mean, I look at it, I'm like, it's pretty good, and but someone like Prissy would be like, oh man, I can't believe I lost 3 seconds on this boss fight or whatever. It's just the mindset of some of the people who really try to go at it. So very close behind is Stans and PJ. Arcus also not too far behind, but it's Prissy in the lead on to Super C.
Yep, so Super C, the goal is to beat stage 5. The extra life code is allowed. We proceed. Yeah. I don't think Percy is going to need it, but it is allowed and doesn't actually cost any time, so, why not take a shot at least putting in the code? If you get it, great.
Yeah, it's easy, and I mean, this is a one-hit kill game, right? Especially someone like Prissy is likely to really push it, and you can play safe here. These guys spawn on the left side and the right side of the screen in many levels, and you can just turn around and get rid of them. And indeed, Prissy does, actually. It does reduce lag sometimes, but for the most part, you can just run forwards, let them catch up, and then sort of jump and shoot down to clear them out. That's what, the world record would do. But this is the Big 20, right? It's like 10, 15 frames you're going to lose if you turn around and shoot that guy, but it's just so much safer. So if even the top players are doing it, expect to see a lot of this, but gets jumped down from this enemy just after picking up the fire power up. So that is gone now.
Yep, looks like he's going to have to do this particular boss here low percent, which is going to cost some time, but hopefully not going to be a huge issue. No, guns go down. Helicopter goes down. Stage 1 is down for Prissy.
Yeah, this boss is not threatening even with the pea shooter. But I mean, Prissy's mashing is as good as any, especially I have to tell, if anyone doesn't know, Prissy will often mash buttons with his teeth. He will bring the controller up to his mouth and press it against his teeth so that he can have his thumbs properly on whatever buttons and D-pad he needs. It's pretty wild, but he's super good at it. So it lets him, make use of a weapon like the pea shooter, or really the spread as well. He can fire this thing super fast while maintaining really strong control. over his character. So he's going to lose less time in this situation than probably others. But even as good as he is, it's just so much slower to be fighting things, but fighting bosses in particular with a suboptimal weapon like the laser. I don't think he meant to grab this laser.
Team Laser, let's go. Laser was always the weapon I loved in regular Contra as a kid. Now I realize, oh yeah, you want spread all day, every day. Original Contra. So in Super C, an interesting thing about the spread is that it actually gives bosses extra health if you have the spread. It's still quite a good weapon, but it is something to keep in mind if you're at that sort of top level of Super C play, where that's one of the big reasons the F is actually so good. Not just the absolute damage, but because it doesn't give the bosses more health like the spread does.
Right. Yeah, and the charge shot available as well on the fire power-up is really good for sort of front-loading damage. As soon as a boss is vulnerable, just like bam, like it'll blow up the turrets on the helicopter boss in one shot. So that's pretty good. Now, Prissy's gone ahead and lost that laser, so we'll see this in Contra later on, where we are actually forcing the players to use low percent. But when you lack the firepower, things have a way of lingering on the screen a little more, and suddenly you find yourself having to worry about a lot more as you are trying to run to the right, and you run out of room. You run out of room to do your jumps, your dodges, your wiggles, and you just get got. So, along with a slightly untimely death running into the explosion of that thing there, Prissy's losing some time, and Stans is coming, has just begun stage 3, is now just half a stage behind. PJ is halfway through stage 2, just the prior stage. We got Arcus on screen, just starting Super C now. Firebroth late into Kirby, and then Cantaloupe still trying to make it happen here in Ninja Gaiden. A really tough game to try to make your way through blind.
Yeah, like I said, I did say, earlier that I regard Ninja Gaiden 2, at least in the US, as being kind of the easiest of the trilogy. But like I said, that is very much a relative to the other two games.
Yeah, relative to some of the hardest games ever.
It is not a game I would want to be trying this Big 20 in blind.
Has done a heroic job of getting all the way to 4-2 here already. So we got Prissy fighting this guy. He's got the machine gun, it looks like. You would like to have either spread or fire here. But he gets the boss kill on the right side of the screen. This is where you want to be. You're going to be running to the right here. And the game developers have planned this elaborate sequence where the ground is giving way beneath you, but because you were already on the right side of the screen when it started scrolling, you're already ahead of everything that they carefully planned out. So you get a free walk to the end. Oh, no, it's the firepower Prissy had. Yeah, it's available during that sequence, right? So Prissy just got the firepower up, and he's going to use it to shred this gigantic, menacing square that pops out of the ground.
Yeah, you can see just how good the charged firepower is. That was, 5 shots, maybe 6? The boss went down.
Uh-huh. Arcus has got the pea shooter, by the way. Lost the fire power up heading into the helicopter. Kills it all the way in the bottom right. Remember, Prissy killed that helicopter boss with the pea shooter, kind of more in the middle of the screen. So that's just, a testament to his ability with mashing and not just straight up like hurts, like the number of button inputs, but the maintaining control of the character and everything on top of it is just as important.
As we saw, Prissy and Stans actually both get bubbled there in stage 4. These bubble shooter things, they just kind of shoot out sort of randomly. You can, if you're willing to take a small time loss, they do eventually, I believe, either stop or can shoot at the generators to stop them. But yeah, honestly, the fastest way through them is just sort of run and hope everything works out. They did not afford either of them.
Yeah, we got some pea shooters climbing up here. We'll see if Stans is going to try for the elevator skip. I think he did try for it, but he didn't get it. It's really complicated. There's a sequence of jumps you can do that manipulate the screen position, and then it's, I think, a frame-perfect kill on a little capsule thing. And if you get it, then the screen just starts scrolling upwards, not locked the way that it is for these two players. It scrolls up without the elevator, so there's no floor and you die. So you do have to forfeit whatever weapon you have, but you can get the spread on the climb. and you speed up this elevator. I mean, look how slow it is, right? Any chance you have to make this thing go faster is something the players would probably at least try to go for, and then if you miss it, no big deal.
Right, and I believe there are actually 2 skips, one for each of these elevators, but I believe if you miss the first, then the second one just will not work, period.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
You're wrong on that.
So that time save not available for either of these players. We'll see if maybe PJ can get it. Currently has the spread gun. Did not lose it to the bubbles. We got Arcus on stage 3, who is not turning around to kill these guys chasing him from behind, by the way. And I think he's actually running intentionally into, the mortars here. He only had the pea shooter, and he's like, I'm not going to stop and kill this thing with this pea shooter. Heck that. And just took the death and ran through it.
Yeah, actually quite a heads-up play there from Arcus. Presumably, like he did in fact also spend the 10 life code. So you have lives as a resource. Why not use them?
Oh, actually, he's got fewer now. Everyone else you can see has 4 medals to indicate their 4 or more lives, but Arcus has less than that. So that is just 3 lives left. That is not a strategy Arcus can rely on too much for the rest of this run.
Right.
All right, we're going to do a runner switch. Take a look at some of the other racers who are going. I know we're going to get Darko on screen here. Darko, I think, has had the lead, if not still has the lead in this race. We have not really talked too much about Darko. There's a lot of focus on people who have won the Big 20 before. Overswarm is playing, Pikachu is playing, Prissy is playing. Lack Attack has done extremely well in the last few and has times very comparable to all of them. But so does Darko. Darko is like, he's also one of my favorite speedrunners. He joins a lot of these events, a lot of speedrun tournaments and stuff. He'll just hop in and give it a go, and he does his own thing. He will sometimes just like not care like what is the best strat, what is the most optimal strat. He cares about what his strat is, and he just goes his own way. So sometimes you will see him do things that are like really surprising and unique, and like just as good, maybe a little bit worse than what other people are doing. So he's really surprising. He's a really fun player to watch, and he's just damn good as well. So he is right here with the best of him, right at the end of Contra. We got SBD Wolf as well in the top right, and Stands now in the bottom right. These 3 look to be our leaders, at least on stream, finishing up Super C.
So moving on to the next game, Dale and Dale Rescue Rangers.
Oh no, are we on opposite teams?
Oh no,
I'm a chip guy. Oh no, we're out of sync.
Oh no.
We didn't think about this when we set up who's going to commentate with who. Does that, well, no, maybe we'll make a good team.
Yeah,
I'll
there we
break
go.
the tie.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, I was always just a fan of Gadget, so I'm not really helpful here.
Oh, that's also a good
so,
pick.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, you know what? Fair.
This is Stom coming in. Ordinarily, I'd be coming in here to try and give you like a silent report. I'll do my best on that, but the thing is, it's absolute chaos out there. The world is on fire and burning. I've been trying to gather up canned goods. But what I can tell you is that we have a lot of racers all on Super C. At least 13 right now. Probably more. It's been such a crazy, exciting race that I had an idea of like trying to keep a running list of our top 10, and I'm not even sure what our top 5 is right now. I do know that it's slowly starting to separate out. But still, the majority of our players, I think, are on Kirby or Super C. So it's still a really, really, really crazy tight race. We definitely had some names that we had not been talking about popping up. Some of these you've seen on screen. I know Darko, you said, was not someone that we talked about as much. PJ Stands. So yeah, like this is gonna be a fun race, and I know before this race I said I think I know what the top 10 is gonna be. I just don't know the order. I take that back. I'm not even sure who the top 10 is going to be at this point, and I cannot wait to see it unfold. But otherwise,
Heck yeah.
I think this is going to be it for my report because I need to go back to making sure that there's no more fires.
Thank you so
And,
much for
yeah.
your service, DH Stom.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Catch
One of
you
the
guys
crew
later.
members, making it happen in the background there. So we're a little bit into Chip and Dale here. You didn't miss much on account of Chip and Dale is it's very much a sort of run to the right game, partly due to the amazing controls. This is the game with the most jump control. I cannot think. I tried a little bit to think of a game that gave you more control over your jump than this game does. I don't know if it exists. The moment you let off of the jump button, you immediately cap off wherever you are in your jump and you begin to fall. And when you press the button, you just like shoot up into the air. So you just have this like absolute perfect control of wherever you are on the screen in this game, and it makes it really fun to play. It makes it really easy to pick up as a speedrun. It's again something, it's a popular enough game that it's attracted a lot of speedrunners over the years, so they've packed it full of dense micro tricks that become increasingly impossible if you're trying to get the last few frames for the world record or whatever. But for a big 20 event, it is really comforting to sort of jump in here and put a good run on the board.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. A popular question people get is, what game should I start with speedrunning? And if you don't go sort of the typical kind of empty platitude answer of, the game you like to run, which is not a bad answer. But if you want an actual concrete answer to that question, I definitely think this game would be up there with maybe a few others. Very good sort of first speed run to learn. Like you said, it is the controls are very good. It's not super difficult to get through absolutely in a casual sense. Oh, very nice kill there from Prissy.
Yeah, throwing the ball that you have to use to fight all the bosses upwards and then having it come back down for the second hit. Doesn't matter if you're dead. Tie goes to the runner, so Prissy gets the kill on that boss. And that was intentional. That's sort of his strat for that boss.
Yeah. Capcom enjoy that sort of tie goes to you, the player sort of thing. You also see that in Mega Man 2, I think you have like 8 frames where if you and the boss tie at the same time, the tie goes to you, but then otherwise, it's enough to do it again.
Yeah, we someone posted a clip recently. Actually, I don't know if it made the highlight reel at the start. I might have missed it, but it was I think it was Blunt Bunny got a double KO on Quickman in Mega Man 2, while the screen was frozen with time stop, which also damages the boss. So it created some weird interaction that none of the Mega Man runners had even seen before. Where tie did not go to the runner. That one was a true tie. It was a forever tie. The game was soft locked, and that is a disaster. That's like a new fear you get to carry with you into the race. So shout out to Blunt Bunny. Hopefully their race is going pretty good. The race we can see, from what we can see on screen at least, Chip and Dale seems to be going pretty smooth. But for these runners as talented as they are, I would be surprised if it wasn't. It's a hard game to lose a whole bunch of time in or anything.
Yeah, especially with this goal, which is rocket ship percent, which is essentially to beat Area G, beat sort of that main map before you go on to the last 3 levels, which is where the game gets. The game actually gets a little hairy, especially Area J.
Ooh, yeah. It does pull out all the stops for the final level, including the music. We're not going to hear it. I don't even know why I'm talking about it. We don't have game audio anyway, but it's just that good. I have to talk about the music in Stage J of Chip and Dale. It's like a top 10 NES track, period. I love it. Back to the race. I saw brief flashes of everyone in the same room on the final level of Chip and Dale. So we got a smooth, clean view of Prissy heading into Mega Man 3. I'm pretty sure Darko Stans and maybe even SPD Wolf as well are going to be right here with Prissy in Mega Man 3. But if there was one player I could pick for all of us to watch play Mega Man 3, Prissy would be the one. Prissy is an absolute expert at Mega Man, has the record in the Mega Man 1 to 6 category, I believe. At least had it for a long time, if not. And 46 Robot Masters as well. He's just extremely skilled at all things Mega Man. He's got the teeth mashing. He's got the know-how to get through a pretty difficult Buster-only goal in a way that none of the other players are quite going to be able to match.
Yeah, so the goal for this is to beat 4 specific Robot Masters, Needle Man, Shadow Man, Snake Man, and Magnet Man, in some order, starting from a password with 2 E-Tanks. But the big twist here is this is Buster only. So that definitely ups the degree of difficulty, especially because particularly Shadow Man, that's Percy taking the death. But as far as the boss fights themselves go, Shadow Man and Needle Man, in my opinion, are 2 of the nastier ones, not just in Mega Man 3, but in kind of the entire 1 to 6 block to attempt Buster only. So it's a good thing that we give the runners 2 E-Tanks, because I bet quite a few of them are going to take advantage of those. So yeah, you can see Percy is going to try to stick sort of close to Needle Man, and I believe try to bait out that sort of body needle attack. Does not want to play ball, but and yeah, you can actually see it looks like Darko has pulled it now. Other people going Needle Man first, which is interesting. Yeah, you see Percy using the E-Tank there. This is it is not an easy fight. It is, like I said, one of the harder fights maybe in the entire 1 to 6 block to do Buster only along with Shadow Man. Also, brief note, it looks like we made law difficult, so I'm gonna try and fly solo here for a while, and proceed moving on to Shadow Man.
Okay, hello.
Welcome back, friend.
Yeah, it's the technical problems are spreading. Now the Wi-Fi, it was a blip. I'm back. Hello. We are in Mega Man 3 again. Still, rather is the word. Look, everyone is in Shadow Man stage. So the runners might make our lives difficult. You can choose which order to fight the Robot Masters. So we might see. It might look like they're all on the same stage. They're all tied, but someone has already beaten another robot. We'll do our best to sort of keep track, but that is one of the realities with which we live here.
Yeah. So Shadow Man, the boss fight is. It sounds easy because there is a pattern. So Shadow Man will jump, or will start by jumping twice, and then he will either slide at you or he will throw 2 giant ninja stars, shurikens, at you. At that point, he will subsequently, his pattern is he'll jump 3 times and then do one of those 2 things. Even knowing the pattern, it is very difficult to dodge these slide and or ninja stars. And if you're on a side where you have any sort of input lag, you are more or less reduced to just guessing which one it is and eat damage if you're wrong. Which I can speak from experience, having done some of the Buster-only challenges on the Mega Man Legacy Collection for PC. It is not a fun experience.
So we got Shadow Man down for Prissy. Stans is dealing with these, I think they're called parachutes. They're terrible. They take up so much space over these pits. They spawn a little bit randomly in terms of their height. They swing around all over the place, and they will knock you into pits. So the players are going to be playing really cautious through that section. Stan's now starting this Shadow Man fight, but SPD Wolf is doing pretty good, is winning the DPS race, takes one more hit, cannot get hit again, needs one more hit, and finds it. Wow.
Yeah, generally where you can, you want to try and sort of stay far away from Shadow Man because it'll give you the most time to react to either the slide or the Shrikens. Stan clutching it out, getting that Shadow Blade.
Percy getting the clip through the giant snake mini boss in Snake Man stage. It's a pretty advanced sort of thing. Just a sequence of precise jumps followed by a slide next to the wall will just kind of have you just clip right through there. It's something I probably only Prissy is going to do. Your other players will be fighting the snake, jumping up, shooting it in the mouth. It's got 10 hits, so it takes a little bit. Let's see here. SPD Wolf is going to be going for the clip. Didn't get it. It's a matter of timing. All right, there we go. Still gets through. That was probably still a little bit faster than fighting the boss.
Yeah, those snakes are, they take a decent amount of hits, and it's kind of difficult if you're not a good matcher to, actually jump up and get the 3 shots at a time you need to really make those fights quick. And they're big lag generators as well. Mega Man 3, not quite on Kirby's Adventure level of lag, but it slows down quite a bit, as you can actually see here. Was chugging a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, the story goes that, like, Mega Man 1 was, like, kind of whatever, and then Mega Man 2, suddenly everyone was like, this is really good! And they were like, oh, we gotta make another one, quick! And they went a little too quick. It's a little bit unoptimized in this one. But they did bring in the slide, so, I mean, we can't fault them. They still made a pretty darn good video game. We're into Snake Man. Prissy is getting hit kind of a lot. Contact damage with Snake Man is 6 damage. It's only 4 if you get hit by the snakes. But is going to be able to get the kill safely on the middle of the screen, which is where you want to be. It'll save a little bit of time on the ending animation here.
SPD Wolf going with the high-risk method of getting through that last section of Snake Man stage. Does get there.
Oh, Darko with the clip as well. Darko's also played a number of Mega Man games before as well, worth pointing out. I know I talked Prissy up quite a lot with regards to Mega Man, but Darko is definitely no slouch in this category either, and the ease with which he got that clip on that Snake Mini Boss speaks for itself.
Yeah, people noting in chat, this is Mega Man 3. Mega Man 2, or more technically, Rockman 2, will be coming up later in this big tourney.
Really good. Following along behind is generally what you want to be doing. Landing your shots. Very good, very safe. We got a lot of people in Snake Man. Stans is very low on health, is going to be just like Prissy getting that kill in the middle of the screen where we want it. Arcus on Snake Man now. His health looks pretty good. Needle, Shadow, and Magnet all have reasons for you to go in with plenty of health. Needle and Shadow are just really hard. You're probably going to get hit as much as you try not to. Magnet, as we're seeing SPD Wolf going into, is a boss where you can intentionally trade health to save time whenever he does his magnet pull attack. So you still want to have a lot of health if you're trying to go as fast as possible. Snake Man's the one stage where it's okay. You can take some damage boosts. You're probably going to be okay on the boss fight. And it looks like Arcus is.
Yeah, I think if you're just kind of going casually, Magnet Man is probably the easiest of the 4, in part because he takes 2 damage per buster shot, which helps a lot. And like you said, if you the quickest way to beat him is to sort of trade damage and face tank when he goes into the magnet, sort of the magnet pull. If you opt not to do that, then it's pretty simple. He just jumps 3 times, he jumps twice, and then he'll either jump up and shoot magnets down, or he will try to do that magnet pull attack.
So on stream, Darko is the first one to beat Mega Man 3. Maybe it was Prissy, maybe it was someone else off stream. It's a little bit unclear at this point, but it's looking really good for Darko. We got SPD Wolf and Stans on the Yoku blocks here in Magnet Man stage. You can sort of wait until they line up in a favorable pattern and then you don't really have to deal with the magnets, though it looks like Stans is having a bit of trouble with those blocks. Speedwolf had it going smooth. PJ's on the scary end of Snake Man stage, jumping on those one-tile blocks. Arcus making the way through Needle, and there is Prissy actually joining Darko in Contra. This is low percent, so you have this pea shooter. The good news is that you don't have to be stressed out over getting hit and losing your precious weapon that does a bunch of damage. You also don't need to learn to speedrun the game twice. You know, you don't need to learn, this is what I do if I have my spread weapon, and this is what I do if I happen to lose it, because you want to be prepared for that. You just have to learn one. But boy, does it take a lot of effort to, you know, fight all of these enemies with this tiny little gun.
Yes, this is the lowest of low percent. So no even grabbing the R, no grabbing invincibility, no grabbing the smart bomb attack that, you know, kills everything on screen. This is unmodified pea shooter only. And yeah, like you said, there were a number of people who, when this was announced, kind of joked, "All right, my time to shine," because, you know, you just get hit so often in Contra that low percent is sort of how you play it anyway.
Indeed, we'll see players probably taking some intentional deaths later on. But for now, stuff like the first boss here, Prissy and Darko both done with it. It's going to shoot a bunch of projectiles all over the place, willy-nilly. There's not a lot. You're going to lose more time trying to dodge them than if you just sit there and try to do all the damage you can before they hit you. And then you come in afterwards and you finish the boss off. So, yeah, they're going to be making use of these extra lives you get for the life cheat. Certainly, it's a resource. They're going to spend it. And then also, what is a resource is your practice time. Do you really want to practice getting all of the absolute perfect strategies here to stay alive and get your deathless run in this game? Or are you going to spend that practice time somewhere else and just accept, well, I'm going to take a couple deaths, I'm going to lose maybe a little bit of time?
Yeah, especially in a game like Contra. Besides, you know, besides the sort of time investment in that, it's also Contra, maybe even more so, low percent. Although these base stages may actually be a little easier, as weird as that sounds, because, you know, you can more easily get 4 bullets on the screen instead of essentially 2 you would get with the spread weapon. But Contra is kind of a physical game. It's a very mash-intensive game, especially coming off the heels of Mega Man 3, which is also pretty mash-intensive. There's kind of that element of how do you allocate your practice time, like physically. How much can you know, how much effort can you really put into, as Arcus likes to say, mash, 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 before you're like, yeah, okay, no more. You know,
totally.
The actual physical pain is not worth a few seconds, I'm saying.
So Prissy did gain a few seconds, whether it was by fighting the boss at the end of the base stage a little bit better, I think is probably what happened, but is just very, very slightly ahead of Darko, and then pulling a little bit further ahead on this vertical climb section here. Normally you would grab the barrier power up and just sort of ignore all of the threats on this vertical climb. But without it, you've got to be mindful of enemies and turrets and their bullets all over the place. And they basically they threaten to interrupt your rhythm. You want to be jumping as soon as you land in order to jump up to the next platform, right? That's the only thing that's stopping you from making forward progress, is not jumping. But sometimes there's a bullet or something in the way, right? So you might want to not go as fast as possible if it means being safe. And so Darko stopped to take out a turret, for example, at one point. Prissy managed to find a way around it without stopping. So it's little things like that that are the reason why Prissy is pulled ahead. But again, these risks come with, you know, the potential for time loss should they go wrong. Prissy's generally been the kind of guy to just go for it. But really, you don't win a Big 20 if you're not smart about your strategies. So he did take 1 death there in the base stage as they try so hard, so much health on all of these little core segments.
Yeah, by the way, you may be thinking, well, what if you accidentally grab a power-up? Is your run just over? And no, in that case, kind of the, I guess if you will, the gentleman's agreement, or ladies and gentlemen's agreement, person's agreement, let's say. Essentially, if you grab a power-up, you have to essentially die at the first available opportunity. whether that's jumping down off the bottom of the screen in the waterfall or just finding an enemy to kill yourself on, and then you can proceed.
Yeah, we're not too picky about it. It's fine. We're here to have fun. So Stans now is on the waterfall climb. We got PJ starting Contra. Arcus, I think, is maybe on his last Robot Master. Everyone's doing really well. We're hearing offsite reports. Oh, TMR is getting onto Contra. He knows a thing or two about that game. You know who else does? Pikachu. We haven't had Pikachu on stream. One of the top runners has won a Big 20 before. Pikachu has definitely played an awful lot of Contra. So we're probably going to be making up some time in this game wherever they are.
Stands taking the death there on this boss, but because of how this boss works, it doesn't cost him any time. Because the way this third boss works is, I believe the mouth opens up at certain times. And you can only really damage the boss when the mouth is open, so getting fireballed by the arms really essentially means nothing there.
No, I'm actually hearing Pikachu is in third place and seems to be gaining. So not surprised to see Pikachu with the leaders, and not surprised to hear that they are gaining in Contra. But it's probably going to be too late to catch Prissy in this game. Oh, well, although Prissy did just get blown up by a grenade. The timing for the jumps to avoid the explosions on the grenades as you go by is pretty tight. Mashing down the turrets in time with the pea shooter. I mean, you can do it with the pea shooter, but it's a little bit tight. You can be pre-shooting at them before they scroll on screen. That will sort of ease the burden of that a little bit. And you can be pre-firing shots at any enemy who might spawn on the edge of the screen. And if you do that, you might kill them before they get a chance to shoot. And it's just a really good sort of preventative measure that the runners are probably going to be doing an awful lot.
So Percy coming up on the tank, just going to opt not to fight it, just going to see how sharp those spikes at the front really are, and just going to run right through it. Because once again, with the lives, that is actually quicker than trying to mash it down with just your pea shooter.
Yeah, it is so many shots to get it down. This thing is like straight out of Mad Max, isn't it? I love this thing, this spike car.
Got spikes everywhere. It's pretty great, actually. Yeah.
I'm gonna put spikes on top in case someone tries to climb on it. Okay, sure.
Yep. Yeah, sure. You do that, big guy.
But everyone knows he put it there because he thinks it looks cool. I mean, all these runners are looking pretty cool right now. Well, I mean, dying over and over to this car, I guess, doesn't look very cool. But
maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, but yeah, the car definitely looks cool. You know,
the car is cool. One thing on the screen is cool.
Yep, that over-engineered, not wrong about the spikes on the top looking cool.
Stans is having a hard time with the end of this boss. It's only vulnerable while the two flickering halves of it sort of come together. And you want to jump up to like sort of cluster your shots all together when it's vulnerable, but every time you jump, you're opening yourself up to getting hit by all of the turrets and projectiles and stuff. So some risk reward stuff going on. Does get it down. Prissy gets the boss down. Darko jumping over the UFOs. Does get the kill as well. No, it didn't. It faded into the background. Now it's dead. Sorry. Yeah, Prissy with the mashing, going ahead and gaining a little bit more of an advantage at the end of Contra, heading into probably our favorite game collectively together. You and I, MTI, are we on the same page here?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's fair.
I love this game.
Tetris action here.
It's hard. This is a hard game. You get better at Tetris very slowly, and you've only got so much time for your Big 20 race. Like, do you want to go into the Tetris dojo for like 50 hours of your practice time to learn how to make these pieces go? Right? You can't just follow the tutorial. It's not that. It's right. You need to like live a Tetris lifestyle for a little while in order to really get good at this game. So it's tough. It's been really tough for the players.
Yes, there is. Like you said, there's not really an easy tutorial. There's not, especially since this is Type B. So there's no really seed manipulation that you can do like you could theoretically for Dr. Mario. You just have to learn to play Tetris. And so the goal here is essentially you beat all of the heights of Type B, 0 through 5. You can pick any level, and the heights basically serve as checkpoints. So if you top out on, say, height 3, that's cool. You just have to redo height 3 in that case. And Type B is get 25 lines in kind of your chosen game. So we see
Yeah.
Prissy.
You might be wondering, like, how do I go faster in Tetris? And there's actually kind of a lot that you can do. The biggest thing, I'm going to go in order of, these are the most important things that will save you time to least. One is just make decisions about where to place pieces faster. You don't want to be hemming and hawing over, oh, maybe this mop up, but not. You want to be putting the pieces down fast. You want to play at a higher level so that the pieces are falling faster. Self-explanatory. You want to hold down, which causes the pieces to fall at the fastest they can fall as much as possible. You want to play high up on the board so that the pieces don't fall as far. And then the last thing is clearing 4 lines at a time with a Tetris rather than 1 at a time, because the animation for clearing either is still the same amount of time. So you will see less animations if you are clearing lines in bigger clusters. And then there's a small amount of time by playing on a lower level on the score countdown screen. The game considers level 10 as the same as 0. So that's been a really good sweet spot for a lot of players. That's where we see everyone on stream right now. You get to enjoy the extra speed of level 10 without any of the score countdown stuff on screen. So basically, players have been playing on 10, and then once it's kind of too much for them, it starts to get like I start to make mistakes. It's RNG starts to become more of a problem. We see players, they kind of had to make a decision coming into the race. This is when I'm going to switch. I'm going to start to play on a lower speed, maybe even speed 0 now.
Yeah, and you see Prissy here has actually swapped to level 0 for height 2. I expect you're going to be seeing a lot of either 10, 10, 10, 0, 0, 0, or 10, 10, 0, and then, zeros kind of across the board after that. Because like you said, because of the countdown. I do think of those things you mentioned, you are correct on all of those, but really the big thing for a Big 20 race in the context of the Big 20 is just be decisive. Know where you're going to put your piece and quickly start hitting down to get the piece there as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Everything else is kind of a, frankly, pretty tiny optimization in the context of a Big 20 that, in my opinion, is actually probably not worth the risk-reward ratio versus just if you were doing an individual Tetris speed, for instance.
So where are we at now with Prissy? Needs 11 lines, and this board is bad. There are certain... there should be a system to score the state of your board, whether it's good or bad, right? So a lot of players don't even realize they'll put a piece down, and they're like, this goes. Like, I didn't leave a gap or anything. I didn't create a hole. How could this be bad? But it was actually terrible. And the reason is because you don't want a jagged board. The flatter and smoother and more connected your board is, the more places there are to put pieces, the less likely you are to suddenly get a piece that doesn't go anywhere, and now you got to do something really bad with it. And it can be surprisingly subtle sometimes what a good or a bad move is. Generally, any little cavities, any little spires, these all sort of decrease the overall quality of your board. And anytime you have something like that, you should be thinking, whatever piece fixes this, I'm on the lookout for it. I'm ready for it. When it happens, I know exactly where to put it.
Yeah, absolutely. In the competitive Tetris community, especially competitive NES Tetris, where the RNG is such that you may be waiting for that line piece literally forever, there is the concept of what you said, which is called parity, which at a very basic level is just kind of the state of your board. And, like you said, there's a lot of subtlety that goes into it, but the very basics are essentially you want to, as much as possible, try to avoid states where you are dependent on a single particular piece to bail you out. Unless that piece is the line piece, because in competitive Tetris, you're going for a high score, which means you want Tetrises as much as possible. But even then, you have to sort of balance, the height of your board with, all this other stuff. But that's essentially, if you were to score the board state, that would be, it is the technical term for it is parity, and like I said, it's basically how dependent are you? You know, how many different pieces can your board accommodate and not put you in too bad of a state?
That's funny. That makes sense. Like when I came up with the idea, I was like, "There's no way I'm the first person to have this thought." So we got height 4 for Darko, height 3 for SPD Wolf. Darko had a top out, just had a bad stack, had a big spire, had a big cavity, and then on top of that, just completely misdropped a piece way up high, and that was it. It's so easy, especially on the higher heights. You have to be really, really good at Tetris in order to completely minimize the impact of the RNG, right? A lot of our players are sometimes gonna create a dependency. I need this piece to go here, and anything else is gonna be bad, and then that piece doesn't come, right? So, um, it's when you are playing at height 4, height 5, and you find yourself in that situation. Sometimes the players they just do not have the skill set to deal with it. Like they just can't. Like it feels correctly so. It feels like I completely understandably. It feels like, oh, the RNG just decided I lost and I lost. And actually, there was something they could have done 5 pieces ago that would have set them up for a better situation. But like, it doesn't make any sense to get that good at Tetris that you can see that ahead of time. So once you get up here for the players, it now starts to get really scary. It starts to get really random. Prissy needs 8 more lines, and it has jagged up the board so much here that it's going to be tough to dig down from here. But this has been a really good effort so far.
Yeah, okay, that line will help. He's 3 away now. Okay.
One more.
One
That's
away.
an eyepiece
but
dependency. Oh, no, he covered, but it's okay.
Okay. Okay.
Sure.
That also works. Yep. So yeah, you're talking about different moves there, and I probably would have. The end result would have been the same. The first thing I saw there was those last 2 pieces. He got line, square. I would have put the line on the far left, and then made my last line with the square kind of near the left. But that worked out. Yeah, like you said, kind of similar to Dr. Mario, although I don't think it's necessarily as bad as Dr. Mario, where it feels like at the higher levels, 80% of your games are just dead before they start. But they're, especially here at height 5, and especially as you start getting into higher levels, they're, sometimes there's just nothing
unmerciful. It's unmerciful. Darko
yeah.
at the very top of height 5, topped out, and is going to have to go again. Prissy is now right behind him, even ahead, really, in the line count, if we take a look.
Yeah, it looks like actually, a few lines ahead now.
Put the square right in the middle, which leaves no place for that L. There is a burn follow-up afterwards that looks like it's going to be... I mean, it's not the situation you want to be in, but he did a pretty good job of dealing with a bad situation. Does not want to cover with those particular pieces, but I kind of needed to. 8 lines left. That mess on the left, he is able to burn it down low enough that I think he can get a piece over there now, and he might be able to clutch this out. Oh, square all the way on the left. Didn't want to create an eyepiece dependency, but it's down to luck now. You're gonna need some good pieces for these last 2 lines. That's one of them. Clears the way. Finds one. Oh, this is winnable. Oh, it's winnable. Get that T in there.
Yes, there we go. And Percy now gets to take a 3-minute break.
Yeah, well earned. Well earned indeed. We will be having a commentary switch out very shortly to cover the back half of the race, by the way, just to prepare everyone for that. As Darko loads up Ringman here during the break, he also completed Tetris Height 5
Sure.
and is just going ahead and having some fun. There are so many people here at the end of Tetris that I kind of want to stick with SPD Wolf and Stans, and then when they're done, that's when we'll switch over. 14 lines and 12 lines. The stacks look very good for a height 5 start for both players. Oh, well, SPD Wolf had a dependency there, but gets one of the S's that they direly needed.
Okay, very nice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can see occasionally in NES Tetris, you just get the SZ storm. It's just SZ, SZ, SZ. If you played, more modern Tetrises, like Tetris 99 in particular, the RNG algorithm is what's called a a bag, specifically a 7 bag, which is just it shuffles the 7 pieces and gives them to you in an order. So what that means is basically the longest you'll ever wait for a line piece is 12 pieces, as if it's theoretically the start of one bag and the end of the next. NES Tetris does not have that. It gives you a piece at random. It gives you another piece. It will look one time to see if it will, if you just got that piece, and then it'll try to load another piece. And that second piece, that's just the piece you get.
Yeah, it doesn't care anymore.
Yep.
It is cold and unfeeling. We had a finish here from SPD Wolf and Stans on Tetris. We got PJ still going, and obviously 80 other players all still going, but we got to switch out at some point. But before we go, I just want to say SPD Wolf had a brilliant finish to their play. They made some incredible decisions with their piece placement, really elegant, and I just wanted to say I saw that. Well done, SPD Wolf. Okay, we're gonna switch him out. MTI, thank you so much for coming.
All right, yes, thank you. Likewise. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to everybody, behind the scenes as well.
And the behind the scenes crew says thank you to your hard work on this as we transition. So I'm going to be with you for a few minutes while we do the transition. This is DH Dom here. So this is exciting because we've got, right now, I've got on screen 7 different racers that are in the break. And we seem to have kind of a fairly strong top 15. I'm still working pretty hard on trying to get the order of that. But coming out of, or into Tetris, and then switching a little bit, we did have Prissy still in the lead, followed by Darko. Pikachu seemed to be in 3rd place, followed by Lack Attack, SPD Wolf, Overswarm, SD4 and Stans. I had at 7th place. Kind of a surprise to me. Okay, is that better? All right. DG's actually in 8th place. JSR I have in 9th. And the Mexican runner, TMR, rounds up our top 10. Most of those runners are starting on, a lot of those runners are in their break or starting on Metroid. So yeah, that's where we're at. So if my second crew can come on in, because
thank you
this
so
is
much
not
for
a
having
long
us.
game.
I'm always so proud and impressed with what the community is able to do. I'm really thankful to be a part of it. I wish everyone the best of luck on the back 10. Over to Apollo and Hard Made Easy.
Hello, what is up? So yeah, Metroid's already started. This has been a great race. I'm gonna let my buddy Hard Made Easy here go ahead.
Yeah, we can do intros a bit later, I guess. So
Yeah.
with Metroid, I mean, you're usually going through fighting Kraid and Ridley, getting all your power-ups, etc. We have a ROM hack plus a Turian password that essentially lets you start with 124 missiles. You already have the Ice Beam. You obviously have the Morph Ball and bombs, and you have the high jump. And so it sets you up for everything you need to beat the game right away. In some of the categories of the normal game, like missiles are an issue. You need 73 to get through the Mother Brain room between the Zebatites and Mother Brain. But here, starting with 124, you've got 50 extras. So it makes it quite a bit more forgiving. But that's why you're seeing people start at Turian. Yes, this is beat the game, but this is also just start from Turian with everything you need and go.
So yes. So it is. You have enough to be able to get through, and also since we were able to get some info out of there. Yes, I'm Apollo 22237, and we're joined by a previous Big 20 winner. So I'm glad you've been able to make it. If you want to actually do an official introduction of yourself.
I don't know. I'm probably good. I'm Hard
Okay.
Made Easy. Hi, everyone. I've done two Big 20s, 7 and 8. I won number 8. Used to be known as Cove. That's about it.
Sounds good. But yeah, so there's so many people on Metroid, and so it's really cool that we get to see like a beat the game of this, because normally in a race such as this, you normally see like a Kraid first, maybe see a Ridley fight, but this is Mother Brain and the Escape in a race setting, which is really cool.
I always love so Darko's doing kind of the weaving back and forth with his climb, which I think looks better. Technically, I think if you're doing what Prizzy's doing, it's a tiny bit faster, but it's definitely a lot easier to do Darko's version.
Yeah, I think so, and I think you see a lot of times, like you said, with the Prissy strat there, it's real easy to fall, and once you fall, you're just falling. You might not catch the next ledge, and it could be kind of spooky. So Darko probably with the smart move there.
Yeah, so I mean that was it for Metroid. As you can already see, we're on to Turtles for a couple of our players. Darko and Prizzy both did exceptionally well there.
Yeah, that Mother Brain room. It's one of my favorite. Like, I'm not a Metroid player myself, but it's definitely one of my favorite rooms to watch someone who does it well go through. It's like a piece of art when it's done well. And you've had a few yourself, so.
Yeah, I mean we're friends with a lot of Metroid runners, and so we've had the joys of being able to watch this room a lot over the years.
Absolutely. So yeah, let's talk about TMNT. And so this is somewhat similar, where you're not starting at the very beginning of the game. Our goal here is to beat the Technodrome, and so that's level 5. We're actually going to be starting at stage 4. So we have to go through stage 4. As you see now, they're just going through. They're going to be getting to the sewers. Darko now is going over these ropes, so there's a possibility here that Prissy's going to go for the rope skip and is able to get it, which saves a good amount of time. I think Darko decided to just use the rope on all 3, which is very safe, and probably a good thing for him to do in this. But basically what's going to happen here is we're going to be going through some different sewers to be able to get to the end of the stage, and we're going to be looking for the Technodrome. And the reason, normally it's an RNG where that hole is, what sewer to go through for the Technodrome, but because this is basically the race version of the game, as long as no one games over, it's going to show up in the same spot. So our runners are going to know. So yeah, so it looks at here they get to this, like, Prissy's in this overworld where there's a couple different routes you can go to, and so there's about I think there's 17 different sewers that you can kind of like move around. And so what you're able to do is decide what kind of items you want, what kind of pizza you want, get your health back, and you're able to pick whichever ones that you're able to do. And so I think the biggest difference is whether they're going to hold number 12 or go over to 13.
Yep, and you may have noticed at the start of this, because it is the race ROM, like there is a stage select there. So normally you would not be able to start right at stage 4, but you're able to because we're supplying that version of the ROM and not the vanilla game.
Yeah, and I think it looks like I'm trying to watch between, specifically for Pika, Prissy, Darko, kind of which directions they're going in and which holes they're choosing, because there's basically a divergence at a couple points. So, but yeah, if you look at Darko now, we're gonna see if Darko. So this one he's gonna either pass or go into is sewer number 12. We're gonna see if he takes 12. He does. So that means he's skipping scrolls, and so scrolls can be used to make basically the second half of this little goal a little bit easier. So he's skipping those. It looks like I'm watching to see what Prissy. So Prissy has gone a different way than Darko. Prissy's going through sewer number 13, and is going to be able to get the scrolls. And he's going to use that as a main weapon for different parts of the rest of the run and the final boss here.
Coincidentally, that room 13 there, if you do lose any of your turtles, you can get them back. They'll be tied up in that room, and so you can go and grab them and use them again.
Yes, yeah, you don't... as you know, you can kind of see everyone's using Donatello for the most part. You don't really want to lose Donatello, so sometimes people might swap characters on health, and there's a chance characters get lost and get captured, and you have to go rescue them. So it could be on the way, depending on the route you take.
Kind of happy that they took different routes though to be able to like showcase kind of the two main paths people might take.
Yeah, that is pretty cool, and we'll be able to see the Technodrome boss fight, just like how different it is based on the items. And if you look at Prissy's screen, he's just going through and throwing it.
And I would just say, watch how the difference in these boss fights for how quickly they go. Because with the scroll trick that Prizzy's gonna do, it should be pretty darn quick. You're actually gonna see him be hitting with his staff, but it's going to take scroll damage. And so boom, 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 dead.
So quick. So yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but then you're saving time as the run kind of goes through. And to be honest, it's probably much safer to grab the scrolls too. It just makes things a little bit easier.
Yeah. I mean, especially like if you're ever playing this game casually, scrolls will just like clear out the entire path ahead of you pretty much and just make it so much easier. Darko is doing a screen wrap here and he does get it.
Yeah, we got to make sure. So there is a possibility to soft lock in the screen wrap. As you see him go down through like 4 and then 3 and then 4 different screens, you need to be able to hold right. If you're not holding right, it could kind of lock you there and then you can't get out. So make sure you hold right and then you press A, jump out of it. So that's very important. And I think all these runners have by now learned what not to do.
Yeah, I mean, you can always make mistakes on race day.
And yeah, so Darko right now is on the Technodrome boss. So this is the final boss of the goal for this game. Just using Donatello, standing on the treads, using his the bow staff to hit the eye. And now we'll see Prissy and Pikachu almost completely in sync on this Technodrome here. Teeny head.
Yeah, both of them getting a little low on health, but they should be completely fine.
Yeah, a little spooky, but I wasn't worried. So yeah, so now we have between Darko, Prissy, Pika are now moving on to game number 13, and that is Ninja Gaiden. And so the goal for this, as we mentioned before, is going to be Act 5, and so it's pretty far into the game. So you're going to see a good chunk of Ninja Gaiden. And I would think that what you're going to basically see is as they're going around, you're going to be seeing a lot of damage boosts to be able to grab onto walls or go through ladders, stuff like that. And then one item, as you see, there's like these little, each stage have different types of boxes or like item drops. So that some are mosquitoes, some are like these little lanterns. They're going to be kind of making sure they pick up specific items along the way and collecting the ammo, which is called for this. And so right now you can see Darko has a spin slash and is going into the first boss fight. So stage 1, 2, and he's just going to spin slash on that boss and it just immediately dies. And so that's going to be important to keep those items when you're getting into bosses, or else you're just going to have to slash it one by one. So we'll see. Chrissy's going to be doing the same thing, and Pikachu's also going into... And they should both clear it fairly quickly. Yeah, they both get it pretty immediately. So nice quick kills for all of them. As Darko is finishing up with stage 2-1, which I wasn't able to check, but I think he's trying to make sure again he gets a spin slash back and should be ready to go. He has 25 Nimpo. You want to have 25, I think, by the end of this screen. So.
Yeah, beginning of this game is fairly free for the top runners, but once you get into stage 2-2 here, there is one of these enemies up here that likes to troll you and sometimes drop you into the abyss. Coming right up here. Hopefully they'll be, or no, sorry, a couple more screens. But hopefully they'll be nice to our runners today.
Yeah, I think it's a good day. It's a big event. It's a big race. They should be nice. They should know what's going on. Come on. Come on. So yeah, one thing I'll point out, you kind of saw like Prissy do it too. There's times where you actually, instead of climbing up to the next screen, you go down to the next screen. Actually have to make sure that you grab onto the ladder. You don't want to just like fall down because it'll actually count as you falling in the hole. So you want to grab the ladder as late as possible. And so you'll see basically same thing. Even when getting off the ladders, there's plenty of times where you can just jump off the ladder in like 2 frames and be able to get off and be moving on. And we see Darko is able to, again, spin slash is your best friend. Takes out the boss, quick kill, stage 2 done, moving on to stage 3. Again, we're going to stage 5. So looks like, again, Prissy and Pikachu, they're still super close, neck and neck, trying to keep up with Darko right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
get through super quick. Go ahead.
Just gonna say, updating on the other 2 on there. Grayskull is on Mother Brain. TMR made it through Metroid, and he is working his way through. He's about halfway through. Oh, and he did pick up Dawn. It looks like he lost Dawn at some point, so he went 13 to go grab Dawn.
It's fair. You need the Dawn. You can't let Dawn go away. And actually looking at it right now, there's some of these fire jumps can be really spooky, which is part of the reason why sometimes people don't go like 13, 14 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are definitely the tougher sewers in that level.
But yeah, so as we look at, we'll go back to Darko is on a boss fight. This one's a little bit harder because instead of the spin slash, you have the fire. And so this boss is actually on a global timer, so you see him like shoot bullets. But what you're trying to do is be able to hit him a couple times with the fire while he's jumping to the left. You hit him more with fire and slash him real quick. And then as he's jumping to the right, you try to get him quick. So Darko didn't get the quickest kill possible with him, but he did very well. Prissy looks like this is a super quick kill. That was very well done. And then Pikachu's going to be doing the same thing. He's able to not get hit by any bullets and take out the boss. So yeah, we have three runners right now, all in stage 4-1, and then SPD Wolf right behind stage 3-2 right now. So in 4-1, I think the biggest thing here, this is where the game starts to get a little bit harder, and there's a few gaps that you don't want to fall through, so they're going to be taking a few more. I think you saw Prissy do it there. You take a little bat boost to go over the gap so you don't fall into the gap. It makes it a little bit quicker. You climb all the way to the top here, and you're able to make it through completely fine. It's the earlier part of 4-1 is the top. And then again, same here. So there's something we didn't talk about. So we talked about spin slash is really important. But when you're using it, you're going to be using your ammo, your Nimpo. And you don't really want to do that. So you're actually going to see a lot of the runners do like a spin slash cancel. And so what that is that you're able to press like down B and then you're saving Nimpo. So that by the time you get to important parts where you need it to get through, you'll be able to use it when you need it and have that ammo for, quick kills on bosses and stuff.
Yep, definitely good call. Nimpo management is very important in the run.
Yep. And we just saw Darko. Darko did a damage boost to be able to connect the wall instead of having to run around the wall, then jump up and hop back and forth, right on to grabbing the wall, which is really cool. So actually, if you saw, we did a quick, because I know there's so many racers so close together. So if we look right now, it looks like, so Darko, top left, is just ahead of Prissy and Pikachu. And so it looks like our top 3 in the screen right now, might be our top 3. There's so many. There's other SPD Wolf is right too, and there's other runners on. So we'll be keeping watch. The fact that this is game number 13, and like it's so close still, an hour and 45 minutes into the race, that we don't even know what our top 10 is like at all is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it looks like Lack and Overswarm, who are not on the screen, are also kind of up there towards that top. So this is definitely our top group if you add those 2 in there.
Absolutely. And so our runners at the top are all on 5-1. Again, the stage 5 is the area 5 is the last one that we're going to be doing. And so again, area 5 steps it up a little bit more. Darko was able to get past that last enemy really quickly, which is, you're not going to die to it, but it can stop you for, some quick second loss or something. And then in 5-2, again, you're getting Spin Slash. And I believe if you get the Spin Slash here, you're really going to want to keep it because you need it for the boss in 5-4. And I think that's the last Spin Slash of item drops in the whole thing. So you got to make sure that you do not lose it. Yeah, same thing. Prissy has it as well. And Pikachu getting to 5-2 as well.
Looks like TMR has finished Turtles as well, so he's on to Ninja Gaiden.
Awesome. So many people. So Darko here. Darko's in 5-3. Last stage, basically before the boss. He's able to climb up this tall ladder. And then I'm gonna see if there's one last little spot here that you want to not get hit and fall into the pit. Because that would be not good at this part. And I think if you die, you lose half your Ninpo. He has 0 right now. Yeah, Darko has 0. We'll see. We got some. Prissy has a little bit more ammo to work with. And then Darko, yeah, looks like they're able to get to the end just fine.
It's the big brain strat, though. If you die,
Yeah.
you don't lose any Ninpo.
That is
Don't have
true.
it.
That is big brain. Okay, so yeah, Darko on 5-4 on the boss again. It's a Spin Slash. Just enough. As long as you get the one Spin Slash done, able to get it. There's a little shield that sometimes the boss takes 0 damage. Will lose all its health, but then still be alive as a zombie. But hopefully you don't have to worry about that here. Prissy right behind. So we're game number 14, Zelda 2. And again, it's neck and neck.
Yeah, and as we see the $1.50 Kirkland hot dog ad, we have Zelda 2, like Apollo said.
We're
This
sponsored,
actually-
guys. We're sponsored.
we are not sponsored. So this is another ROM hack. There's a few of these in the back half, like Metroid, where we're not going to start you from scratch. So this actually starts you at 877 on your attack, magic, and life, and so makes you incredibly powered up. And you have pretty much, I think it's all the items and spells. And so you're just going to need to make your way to the Great Palace, defeat Dark Link. You have all your heart containers. And so, in fact, if you grab one of the heart containers, it'll actually remove one. So, or sorry, not remove, it'll like overflow and reflow. So you'll have one. And so you definitely don't want to be doing that. So we're just going to beeline it straight to, like I said, the Great Palace. Eventually, some people will take some safeties. There's a couple 1-ups, and if you do want to get level 8 magic, which is a safety option, you can definitely do that. There are some P-bags you can go get pretty close out of the way, so you can get level 8 magic before you get to the palace. Frizzy did get a nice encounter skip after the River Devil there. And looks like Darko got it too. These kind of mandatory encounter tiles are, I don't know, pretty long. And so if you can get one, you'll definitely save your 10 or 15 seconds. So good to see. Frizzy's setting up for another one right here.
And it looks like we have Black Attack, which hasn't, first time on screen is here at the middle bottom of the screen, and he's actually ahead of SPD Wolf at the moment. So probably in that top 5 spot, super close to the top row here.
Frizzy having a lot of difficulty with this
Yeah.
one here. Looks, man, it's tough to see. Sometimes it looks like he's gonna get it, but the enemies won't be quite on there. There he goes. One thing to note though, there is a safety magic refill there, right past that. But if you miss the encounter skip and then don't scroll that screen, that will actually despawn. So if Prizzy was going for that every time he missed, he'd have to run to the right, scroll the screen, and then come back. But Prizzy definitely doesn't need that. Gonna be doing the exact same way, or exact same thing through all of these mandatory encounters. On a lot of these, they're gonna be casting the spell to make all of the blue mobs turn into slimes. Just lets you get through here quicker.
Yes, the spell. That is when I think of my favorite spells. It's spell. Spell. Yeah, actually, it's funny. There was a clip earlier in the pre-show of Prissy near the spot, almost getting cornered by an enemy, which is super spooky. But one thing that's really cool. I don't know how much we touched on it too much, but I think any time this game has ever been in a Big 20, it's always been like at the beginning, always the same. So it's nice to be able to have these runners, these racers, learn or perfect some of these later stages in the Grand Palace.
Yeah, it's always been like get the hammer or something similar. So yeah, it's nice to see. You do see most of our racers are going to do an up A at the start of the palace. And what that does is if you're anywhere else in the game, it will restart you back at the starting castle where Zelda is. And so you usually don't want to do that. But at the start of the Great Palace, it will refill your magic and life and set you right at the start of the palace. So you get into the palace, do your up A, and then you're at full magic, full life, and ready to go through this thing. Yeah, and for people in chat, we usually, if there are people who are exceptionally good at certain games, they're world record holders, past world record holders, we try to get them in at least for the games that they're known for. So that's definitely why Arcus is on the screen right now.
Yeah, just finished up on stage 2, moving on to stage 3, so almost about halfway into the game. So good to be able to see. No, he's feeling comfy right now. So. Okay, so yeah, so if you see on the right, we just had something show up. And so on the right side, now that there's been a little bit more separation, we're trying to put together basically a current top 20 list. And so that's on the right side. It's probably going to change a lot. It's hard to keep track of all these racers. So, there's a chance that over time, it might not be exactly right as people back and forth and leads change. But yeah, pretty cool to see how close so many people are right now.
And congrats to Rayo. He's actually holding 2 of these spots. So not only did he win in the blind race, but he is racing twice in this. Man, Darko had a rough screen. Those, I forget what those bird guys are called, but they can be the dudes that throw knives there. They can just eat up your health incredibly quickly. They chase after you really fast. If you get one near you or stuck near you, you can be in for a bad time.
Ooh, Prissy with a little quick turnaround shield. That was impressive. Darko being able to get through this wall without much problem, so that's nice. And actually, it looks like SBD Wolf just, yeah, the 5 on Zelda 2 right now are so close. This is crazy.
The life on Darko, Prizzy, and Pika were at less than a bar. It looks like Darko has made it to a place where he's going to take an intentional death, but
Yep.
I didn't catch where Pikachu died. But Prizzy's got to make it through one of these spicy chickens, and he does take the death. We are coming up on Thunderbird here, so with 7 magic, our runners are going to be using jump and shield. If you go for magic 8, you can have enough money enough magic for reflect, which will actually shrink your hitbox and make it a lot easier to avoid damage. And then once Thunderbird jumps on the screen, you need to use the Thunder spell to make them targetable. Looks like Darko had a pretty good fight, and he is on the face Dark Link.
So I think Dark Link shouldn't be too bad for these runners. I think for the most part, I've seen some of the strategies you're kind of going into that left corner like you're talking about, and can hopefully kind of manipulate where he is.
Yeah, this is one of those strats where, I mean, this is almost the beginner strat. Like, you can just sit there and kind of duck and stab, but this is a little faster way to do it. But it's actually only marginally faster to do an optimal strat where you're not doing that. So there's really no reason. Even the normal runners will usually use that strat on Dark Link. So there's no real reason to try to fight him legitimately at all.
It's funny. I've seen a couple practice runs where they sit in that corner and then Dark Link is just like, you know what? I'm just gonna stand over here because I know your tricks. Doesn't happen often, but very funny when it does.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely troll you. So we are into Mario 2. This is a beat the game, but it's not any percent. It is any percent Mario only. And so normally we're using Toad for most of the run and Luigi for a couple levels. We're going to be using Mario for the entire run.
Yeah, so when I think when this goal originally was made, Mario's the one that people have the least experience in. And so you're going to see we can skip part of the level in 1-1 by either jumping off an enemy with if you hold down, you can get a super jump. The other way you can do it is by doing kind of a glitch where there's a double jump where you kind of clip into the enemy's head, and when you jump, the game still thinks that you're on a platform, so you can jump again. But Darko took the easier way, the smarter way. Even though he took some damage, he was able to get through and just kill Birdo. How these Birdo eggs work is they're on every 4 seconds. Birdo shoots an egg, so it's kind of on a cycle. It's like a bus. It's like a bus.
Shout out to Darbian.
Yeah.
So that was crazy. We did have 4 runners on the screen who were all on the level 1-1 of Mario 2 for a sec before Darko beat it, which is just insane that we can be already on game, I forget what game number we were on, 14, 15? Oh, it's on the screen, 15. And have them within a minute of each other. That's crazy.
Yeah, like you said, two hours. We are 2 hours into this race, and they're so close on the screens. It's like you're just watching replays of each other. Awesome race so far. So in this, I didn't notice if Darko, I think Darko was able to do it too, but if you looked on Prissy's screen, there's a little carpet glitch where you throw an enemy to the left and you can get on a second carpet, so you can go basically twice as fast. And again, these 4-second cycles on the egg, you just got to hit Birdo 3 times. And if you look at Darko, he hits the first warp. And so there's going to be a warp to go from World 1 to World 4, and then a warp from World 4 in 4-2 to World 6. So we're not going to be seeing World 5 at all. And we just need to get through this ice section in World 4-1, which there's not much of a trick here. You just kind of avoid the enemies and get through. And then 4-2 is our friends the whales. Everyone get ready for the whales. Everyone loves the whales. So yeah, looking through, Prissy just hit the warp. Pikachu just hit the warp. So they're within, 3 seconds of each other right now. And then Lack Attack just picked up the potion, also going into the warp. So that's what, just another few seconds.
Looks like Arcus is making his way as well at the start of his Zelda 2 run.
So one thing Darko, I was just going to talk about it, but Darko was able to do it and show it. We'll see if the other runners do it too. You can jump off vines and be able to climb up faster instead of just climbing. And so you're able to, if you just try to get off the vine and jump, it's a really tight window. But I believe if you're holding diagonally while getting off, it increases the amount of frames to like, I think it's like 8 frames or something like that. And so we're seeing Darko now. He picked up the potion. This is the warp that's going to get you into the next screen, to World 6. And as long as you don't throw it in the ocean, everyone's going to be careful to not have potion in the ocean happen. Darko's able to get to World 6, which is, especially with Mario 2, this is a tough world. I mean, World 7 also is tough, but I think I hate playing through World 6. There's so much that can go wrong.
I mean, there's just a lot that can go wrong in like when nerves are high in a race setting. So I can definitely understand that.
It's a rough one. I'm seeing there's whales. There's whales all over my screen right now. This is great. This is great.
I feel like it looks like Darko's got some safe strats. I think he took some unintended damage there at the start of 6-1, and so he actually took some time to clear out a couple enemies there that I feel like he normally wouldn't have if he was Big Mario.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think you want to make sure too. So now that he's Small Mario, so once you get to World 6 here, these Birdos are shooting not just eggs, they could shoot fireballs as well. And the later you go in the game, the more chance the fireballs come out. And so what Darko's able to do there is pick up that mushroom block while the fireball is about to hit them, and able to it goes right through. It's nice and safe.
Yeah, that was a really good showing of kind of, they're not quite iframes, but they're similar to iframes where you can't get hit when you're picking it up.
Yep.
Now the slower version of 6-2, but hopefully you can get on one of those flying guys that come by soon. So hopefully we'll see them, all of our runners be getting on one of those.
Darko's dancing a little bit. I like it. I like it.
I mean, it's definitely less hectic than the Luigi version, that's for sure. Looks like we do have Overswarm in the bottom middle now, who is also kind of right up there in that top group. Okay, yep. Pika and Prizzy both got on the faster enemy. Oop, Prizzy threw his away. He said, "You know what? I don't care." Getting back on the big bird.
No, we always skip the big bird. I feel bad. Just chill. He's just chilling there. Just chilling. So as we get into 6-3, one thing you're gonna see is, I know people have seen this like other different categories. There's a way to get over this giant wall at the beginning that on the left that has the quicksand. It is possible with Mario, but it's very difficult. And even if you do it, there's a high chance you take damage, which you don't want to take damage before going into Birdo and then the Triclide. So I think our runners are just going to kind of stand at the wall of shame, go through the quicksand, and just move on to the bosses. And so Darko now is going to try and hit Triclide 3 times, trying to build a little bit of a wall. Normally might have be Big Mario and able to do a little bit of a quicker kill and take some damage and takes that. So it does kind of suck that happened, but I bet Darko feels a lot more comfortable now. It's just gonna they're normally used to on this part.
Yeah, this boss is quite a bit more difficult with Small Mario for sure.
We have four erasers on Triclide. Looks like, honestly, it seemed like everyone... Oh, Lack Attack double KO. The door just taunting Lack.
Yeah. Unfortunately, double KO does not work out in Lack's favor in this one.
Yep.
We are on to the last world, though.
Yeah, so I'll be interested to see if you can use a double jump here where Darko's carrying the Sniff It. Looks like Darko skipped it, and I think there's a good chance Prissy skips it too. I'm gonna watch to see if Pikachu tries to go for this double jump to get over this pillar in some time. No, I think they're all skipping it, and Prissy's small Mario right now.
It looked like he kind of wanted to, but
He thought about it. Pikachu thought about it. Pikachu thought about it.
I don't know. I mean, this late in a race, like, if you're having an okay race, I feel like, unless you're really confident with it, like, it's not necessarily a time to
Lack
go
is going
it.
for it. Lack gets it.
Good.
Heck
Thanks,
yeah.
Thanks for interrupting me.
I had to jump. I had to jump in. I was excited.
No, that's fine. I wasn't watching Lack at the time.
Oh, man. So, honestly, that probably saves most of the time that Lack lost losing the Tri-Clyde. So, that was really important for Lack's race.
Yeah, because that death, I think, happened pretty early on in the fight.
Yep.
Or no, I mean, it didn't. It was a double KO, so it definitely wasn't at the beginning of the fight. But you're right.
Okay,
Like,
good point.
It does save quite a bit of time because you got to go back and forth a few times.
Oh yeah, did Prissy die to Birdo here? Prissy was small Mario, so that's why small Mario's dangerous. If you don't have a health to give, game can be tough. So you're gonna see the runners climb up on the chains, be able to run across the top of the level, kind of like Mario 1, where you in 1-2 in the underground, you just go at the top. Darko is about to fight. So first you fight the Hawk, get through the head. And then here comes Wart. So Wart is 6, 7 veggies that are on a cycle. And if you miss 1 or 2, it becomes very difficult to get back into rhythm. So Darko here is doing. Everyone has their own little like timing strategies. Looks like Darko here is going to try and throw the veggie every time before Wart's mouth opens, counting the amount of times, the amount of seconds with the jumps.
Yeah, that one's great because then he doesn't throw the bubbles out, so it's a lot easier. You might miss or like it might not be quite as fast, but yeah, it definitely is very safe if you can get it to work.
Darko finishes. That's a GG. A Mario beat the game from Darko with Prissy, Pikachu, and Lack also and Overswarm in G.
Yeah, it looked like Darko was just playing it safe because he went in as small Mario and wanted to make sure he got through that, but he was very well played.
Yeah, it looks like Lack has gone into second place.
Yeah, he had
Lack and Pika are...
Lack had an incredibly good Mario 2.
Oh, Overswarm feeding Wart the extra veggie. Eat your veggie, kids. Eat your veggies.
So on to Castlevania now for almost the entirety of our top 6.
Yeah. So Castlevania. Again, our goal here, we have another beat the game. And so Castlevania's been in the Big 20 a bunch, and little by little, the goal's gotten a little longer. Last, I think number 15 was Death, which is the second to last level. We're doing full game now. Dracula's got to get beat. And so there's going to be a lot of tricks going in. And honestly, what's going to be really interesting here is as you look at our 6 into Castlevania, SBD Wolf is in 6th place. And so what'll be really interesting is I don't know if any of the runners will be able to do it. There's these scroll glitches that can save a lot of time, and SBD Wolf is able to do them and is able to do them in a race setting. And so those can save up to, I would say, half a minute. And so it'll be really interesting to see if SBD Wolf can set those up and execute how much time is able to be caught up on.
Yeah, he's actually in a prime place to like jump up right towards the lead. I don't think it'll be quite enough to take the lead if Darko has a really good run, but it could be really darn close.
Yeah, I think so. One thing we're going to look out for is if you look at the top of the screen, all the runners right now, they have that stopwatch. There's a drop table in this game. And so based on what level you're in, anytime you get an item drop, it's going to drop in a specific pattern. And so there's 4 different items. So you have item 1, 2, 3, and 4. But based on what level you're in, what item 1 is, what item 2 is, what item 3 is, that changes. And so throughout the run, we're trying to set it up so that we have the proper, holy water for certain bosses. And so that's going to be really important to see how they keep track. And if there happens to be a bit of a screw up, how they recover from it. Luckily, because the drop table is known, there is chances for recovery when a mistake is made.
That's one thing I've been thinking about just throughout this race today is there's a lot of strats that I feel like if this race happened, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I feel like it wouldn't be nearly as safe of a race. There's like a lot of strats that we've figured out over the years for a lot of these games that have like safe, dependable ways of getting key items, skipping things, etc. It's very interesting. I do wonder how this race would have went if it happened to many years back.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. It just shows how much things change. Like sometimes, like I said, Castlevania's been in this a lot, but you know what? Every time Castlevania's in the race, sometimes there's just something new. And so it changes, just makes it a little bit fresher, makes it feel a little bit different. And sometimes different racers are now the ones that have the advantage going into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, it looks like I think we swapped a little bit to kind of get who's in first, second in order. We see Lack Attack right now in the Medusa Head boss, using that holy water to stun the Medusa Head boss, and then just uses the whip to destroy it. And so that is level 2 done for both Lack Attack, Darko, now Pikachu, and with the rest of the runners getting towards the end of stage 5 and then stage 6.
They had our top 3 runners were all on the orb grab at the same time.
And again, I will keep saying this, all in the orb grab at the same time. We're over 2 hours and 10 minutes and 16 games in our race, and they were all on the same orb grab. So this definitely is crazy close. Yeah, and it does look like that SPD Wolf did go for a certain one of the glitches. I don't think was able to nail it, but there is opportunity still for SPD Wolf to.
Yeah, for sure. And he's already through Medusa as well. So
Yep. Yeah, that's one thing. Like we're talking about SPD Wolf doing these extra tricks that maybe the other runners haven't put as much time into. Even if SPD Wolf doesn't hit these tricks, has enough experience with this game that without them is still probably going to save a little bit of time anyway, even with taking some frames here and there to set up something special.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like looking at these last games, like you look at like these top 6, Lack Attack and Overswarm are very, very good Zelda 1 runners. That's our last game. Prizzy is a really good Mega Man 2 runner. Darko is really good at the Mega Man franchise. So like there are some games that do lend themselves to a couple of our top runners here. It'll be interesting to see how much time, if they're behind, how much time they can make up, or if it's not one of their games, how much of a lead do they need to be able to hold off someone like a Lack on the last game.
Yeah, and so we're on the mummy fight for a few. Looks like I think earlier on Lack fell into a pit. Darko and Pika now in the mummy bosses are able to defeat it, and then Prissy, same thing, has the little crosses here to be able to get some double hits on each of the mummy as it goes back and forth.
Yeah, that was real close with Darko there.
Overswarm getting some food. Had to finish out the mummy with the whips. Didn't have enough hearts to be able to use that cross for the entire thing, but gets through. Is able to finish. Doesn't die. That's the important thing. So yeah, so we're gonna be moving on to stage 10. And so one thing here, again, there's a cave skip, and so you're able to get through portions of this stage a little bit easier if you do this skip. We saw Prissy was on top of the caves there. And I think Darko and Pika both. I wasn't able to watch them. I wasn't sure if they were able to how they took stage 10. So
Yeah, I was watching Overswarm and SBD during the time.
it's too much. There's too much to watch for. It looks like Lack
There it
Attack. So he's just going through the intended way. So developer friendly. I'm just what Darko, Prissy, and Pikachu's just their screens are just moving at the same exact time, which is funny.
Yeah, we have 3 runners on the same screen and another 3 runners on the same screen. Frankenstein can definitely be one of the easier bosses as long as you do him right. You can just unlock him in the corner, have a good day, move on with your life.
Yep, looks like all 6 runners have the holy water, and so that's just going to make it nice and easy, like you said. Yep, and just as a call out real quick, so as you see, we swapped the feeds real quick. We are now in order of first to sixth again. You know, I think it's probably gonna change again, so we'll try to keep track.
It looks like you're watching 2 streams here.
Yeah.
There are literally 3 kills of Frank at like within a half a second of each other.
If anyone's interested, that's the map, and that's the map, and also that's the map. So
Shout outs to Aaron for giving out the script in the pre-show, saying that this might be a close one.
rigged.
Took 17 of these for people to realize that it was pre-recorded.
We had a good run.
Everyone's
Yeah,
just
I'm just
cruising.
mesmerized.
Yeah, I mean everyone's just cruising through level 5 here. Looks like SPD Wolf did try a screen scroll again there.
Yeah, he's
Oh, he's going
working
through
on
it.
Yeah. So basically what you're seeing SPD Wolf kind of do a wiggle. What happens is how the game loads is as you're walking to the left or right, the next tiles that you can't see will start loading from top to bottom. And so by going left and right, because they don't, the whole entire column doesn't load at the same time, it loads little by little from top to bottom. You're able to trick the screen into doing, okay, load the next 2 tiles on the right, then load a tile on the left, then load the rest of the tiles on the right. By doing that, when you walk to the right, all of a sudden that tile's not even there, and it never actually loaded up, and kind of breaks some things. And so that's what SPD Wolf is able to do. And
It did
He's
leap him from 6th to 4th place by getting
yeah,
that.
he did pass the other 2. So it's really cool how it works. There's a lot of science behind it, behind how it actually works and how people figured out for it to be an RTA possible. It's a really cool glitch.
Yeah, just super neat to actually see it during the race. Obviously, yes. As people are noting in the chat, it did take him a few tries, so didn't save him as much time, but it did leapfrog him ahead a couple seconds, it looks like, to get ahead into 4th place.
Yeah, so stage 16 is scary. So there's these bats that attack you as you're trying to jump across these pits. And as you know, Castlevania, well known for some of that knockback. And so as long as you don't lose any frames as you're going through, there's a lot of times where you can know where the bats are going to be. If there's any sort of screw up, maybe you lose a frame here or there and all of a sudden patterns aren't correct, you can watch those bats. You can see if they're going to fly short, fly long, and be able to react to them fairly well. But that just takes a little bit of practice to know which way is which. Ideally, you don't even have to worry about it as long as the screen goes perfect. But, you know, everything can't go perfect.
Frizzy's ahead by about 1/4 of a second here.
So we have on Dracula here, we have the crosses. They have double shots. So they're going to be throwing the crosses. Hopefully, two of them, hopefully it hits Dracula. And then we're going to drop the holy water once we're almost done with Dracula. That way, the second phase of the boss fight, that's when the Cookie Monster comes out. And the holy water can be used to stun the Cookie Monster while you just whip them little by little. And it looks like Prissy has enough. They all have enough ammo, the hearts, to be able to get through this fight. Health seems fine, too, on everyone's end. 6 Draculas.
Six Draculas. 6 Draculas.
This is the spookiest stream I've ever seen. 6 Draculas. Yeah, that's right. Stay hydrated, everyone.
So as we do have, SPD Wolf getting back up to 3rd. So he went from 6th to 3rd in that playthrough. That was really good, considering nobody really made that many mistakes, and so he just made up time from being good.
Yep. Sometimes that's the solution. Just get good.
Okay, so this DuckTales, you're gonna notice, as was stated in the pre-show, we are not going straight for the moon skip. We are going to grab the treasure that's on the moon stage. That'll give you each piece of treasure that they're gonna grab is gonna give them 1,000,000 points. And so definitely want to grab, they're going to be grabbing 2 extra pieces of treasure, and then you get another 1,000,000 from beating 4 of the stages, or 5 of the stages rather. And then you need to collect 1 other million of spare money throughout those 5 stages to get to your 8,000,000. So it's a little bit different than the normal beat the game category. And now once they've grabbed that treasure, you're going to see Pika and Prizzy go through and do the normal moon stage now. They'll take that death as an intentional death just because it's faster to replay the start.
Yeah, the one thing with these, it's on easy modes for the intentional deaths. It should be fine. But this is kind of a game where you don't really get second tries and continues and stuff. So, if you're going to take those intentional deaths, you just want to make sure you know the game enough that you're not going to be taking some accidental deaths here and there. But luckily on the easy category, you have 6 HP, so it should be fine for all of our racers.
Yeah, it does look like SPD Wolf did take a death grabbing that treasure. So he will be down 1 life to start, which is not ideal this early on. It's like most of our runners, though, are not having too much of an issue with the moon skip. Lack having to reset it here. This is another one that over time, like getting some very reliable ways to do this has made it very, very race safe.
Yeah, I think it looked like Overswarm was able to do kind of the safe route. There's a fast way where you can get hit and kind of go into the wall immediately, but as a backup, you can kind of just stick your face in the wall, hold left, get hit, and go through.
Now in the Amazon, Pika and Prizzy just went up and grabbed some money up there. I never even knew that room existed before the prep for this event.
No, I know. And I think coming out of this event too, one thing that's really cool is because, this goal is something new. And so the community had to route the best way to get the $8 million gold monies. Because of that, there's also been some extra routing done in other categories of the game, such as bad ending And I think there's been a little bit of thought into the good ending routing as well, which is super cool that it's extended past just this goal, but to other categories of the game.
Yeah, very neat. That's always one of the nice things about these races is just the new strats that are figured out, and the fact that we still have our most popular games finding things that will help, even if it's not the main category.
I'm watching here. You could jump on to that helicopter, or you're able to hit the B and skip over it, and then you don't have to wait for the helicopter to carry you over to the other way.
One other thing to note, if you've noticed, it looks like there are times when you would expect our runners to be taking damage, but they're not. The ways the damage and hitbox detection works, as long as you're not hitting left or right, if you are pogoing into an enemy and they come off iframes, you'll end up hitting them and you will not take damage. So you'll see that a lot. This is another part in Transylvania going up at the start to be able to grab some more money that I don't know if I ever actually saw.
Yeah, who knew that this existed?
But yeah, it was really cool. So now we're pretty much, as soon as we get back through here, we're back to like normal Transylvania. They're still going to grab another piece of money over on the right here, another gem or jewel, but
Yeah, I'm also trying to look at the money because I know, because we're trying to be as optimized as possible. Our runners are going to be trying to grab as little extra gold as possible in order to not lose some time. So it looks like Prissy has just a couple, I think it's 20,000 more than Pikachu. And then, yeah, so there's been times in the past during practice runs where some of even these racers on the screen right now have gotten to the end of the game and not hit the 8 million, and that causes a complete reset. So we do not want that. I'm sure they're trying to keep track of that gold as they go through the game.
I actually think that was 2,000. They are almost identical.
Is it 2,000? Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's still 2,000.
Numbers are hard.
Numbers are hard, don't worry. So we had to go back there to grab the key to the mine. And then in the mine, they actually don't need to route any differently because normally we go right by the hidden treasure that's worth the million. So this one will be really easy to grab. Instead of jumping over it, they're just going to wait and grab it. Pika's coming up on it right now. Or rather, he did get it right there. I don't think we specifically talked about it. All the bosses are essentially the same. They need... Is it 5 hits? It's not 6, right? It's 5 hits, I'm pretty sure. They're coming down to the last stage now. And I think both Pika and Prizzy should be fine. Like, in that 4,760,000, like just over that is where I see a lot of the practice runners being. So they should, or practice runs being, so they should be okay.
Yeah, it looks like they've gotten plenty of money, I believe, and then the boss at the end of this level is going to give the million, so they just need to get a little bit extra going through. It actually looks like Lack has a little bit less than some of the other racers up to this point. So maybe trying to be a little bit more optimized there.
He does. I hope that's enough, or else maybe he knows he missed one if it's not enough, and so he can just grab an extra small 10,000 one next level.
Yeah, there are spaces to be able to collect that extra money. So as long as it's enough, and Lack realizes the amount of money he needs, it should be okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the runners at this point should hopefully like be aware that going into the last level, I need this much money, or else I got to go farm somewhere. So now here's the moment of truth. We got to wait for this next screen to appear, and just make sure that they do it. Yeah, Pika looked like he had
Pika was good.
8,017,000.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yep. So maybe Lack is fine because he was only 12 and 14,000 below them.
Yeah, Darko's definitely all set.
On to Rockman 2. So this is your normal 8 Robot Masters. Anything goes. We are going to be seeing a bunch of zips. And because it is Rockman 2, this is by default the American difficult mode.
Yeah, and as mentioned too before, this is just normal, any percent. It's not Buster only like Mega Man 3. You can use your items, use your pickups, use your weapons that you get.
Yeah, I mean, Prizzy is most likely going to be the best runner here at Mega Man 2. Darko also is. I mean, a lot of these runners are very good at Mega Man 2, but yeah, Prizzy is definitely the top one of this group.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. I think similarly how we were watching SPD Wolf versus the other 5. It'll be interesting here just to see, like you said, Prissy versus the other 5, because I think game number 19 and 20, there's some other racers here like a Lack Attack that are known a little bit more about some of those games between Mario and Zelda. So if I'm Prissy, I might want this to go as well as possible to have some sort of lead going into a game where I have a little bit less experience in the rest of the race.
Yeah, I mean, Lack still, I think, got a sub 28 in this as well for the full game.
Which is great.
Yeah, he's very, very good at these last 3 games.
It's almost like these runners are really good at video games. There's a bunch of gamers here, folks.
Yeah, and so one of the reasons we're picking this route is with it being any percent, we want to be able to do zips as fast as possible. Flashman will give you item 3. Then we're going to go to Heatman and Airman as the next 2 stages. Looks like Pika's doing Air second. And Prizzy is doing Heat second.
Yeah, this Airman stage looks like Pika's taking it nice and kind of safe so far. You don't want to fall on Airman stage. There's so many spots to fall, and it's just a little scary to get through. I'm sure once each of these runners get through Airman, they're going to be feeling at least a little bit better that they don't have to worry about that again.
Yeah, I was just wondering if they're not going to be doing fast air here. I guess it is probably a little better to grab the item 2 for Heatman stage and save a little bit of time. But yeah, so that's one thing. If Prizzy does end up doing air well, he will gain quite a bit of time.
And I just noticed that Darko also went Heat, so just a little bit of divergence with some of these runners, which is cool to see that even this late, these runners at this top skill level, this late in the race, there's still different strategies happening.
Yeah, I mean, fast air is definitely not a race safe strategy. If you're really good, you can do it, but I wouldn't expect a lot of our runners to be doing it.
Yeah. It's a lot of practice, a lot of time, and also a lot of confidence.
And yeah, so the Heatman boss, after you hit him, it'll be either 30, 60, or 90 frames, so anywhere from a half a second to 1.5 seconds, where he'll zip at you And so you see them doing a little wiggle there. They're just essentially timing every time when he might be zipping at them so they can get out of the way. That is all RNG, so sometimes you can get extraordinarily good luck and get a lot of 30s. Sometimes you'll have bad luck and get a lot of 90s. Nothing you can do about it.
You can do.
Okay, would definitely suggest watching Prizzy and Darko's Airman here. Because that whole cloud section towards the beginning here, with those item 1s, they're going to be able to do it quite a bit quicker than the rest of our runners. Man, this is nerve-wracking. This is nerve-wracking for me even watching them do this. And Prizzy's through. Good job, Prizzy.
Yeah, that was really well done. We're gonna see if, go ahead.
I was going to say, that's one of my favorite parts of the race, the fact that we have people going for that. And hopefully Darko gets it too, but at least having someone get through fast air in a race.
Yeah, we'll see sort of the same thing. Taking it a little bit different. Actually, that was pretty cool. Cool little strat there. A different way to take that damage boost makes it a little... I think I would feel more comfortable doing it Darko's way. And then it's still able to get kind of that fast air with just a little bit different of a setup at the beginning.
Yeah, he took it a little easy at the end there, doing the damage boost on the last cloud instead of hopping around him like Prizzy did, but definitely not something you want to throw away and get a death there for, so... As long as he's got the health to make it through, I think very smart play.
Yep.
Little rough fight for Prizzy, but he's through. As you can see, Pika and Prizzy were essentially tied at the start of this game, and so Prizzy is a decent ways ahead now, probably bordering on 15-ish seconds.
Yeah, I think so. They were both on the boss fight at the same time, which was cool because they were tied yet on different bosses. But yeah, Prizzy's definitely a little ahead because of this text box that Pikachu is going to have to catch up on. So 15 sounds right. And it actually looks like in a similar situation is Darko and Lack. So Darko just finished Airman, and Lack is on Heatman, as SBD Wolf and Overswarm are also getting into the boss. So I think coming out of the different routes, it's looking like Prizzy, Pikachu, Darko, and then depending on what Heatman's going to give, it'll be Lack and then an SBD or Overswarm.
Yeah, so there's a couple different varieties of the zip in Clashman stage. Looks like Prizzy missed the first screen but got the second screen, so he's still good. Same with Pika. I guess I didn't see it. Oh, Prizzy had to use extra item 1s on the second screen, so he didn't quite have enough there to do the normal climb that he'd want. But then off to the item 3 climb up the ladders. This always looks so pretty.
It does. It looks great. And like when it transitions to the next screen and you're like a bunch up those rungs, it's like, oh, this is so cool.
Yeah,
really,
we see
really
people referencing Biggie in chat. That's the first screen zip. It is insanely difficult to get, so it's not surprising that Prizzy didn't get it, but you can always hope. Last two games are Mario 3 and Zelda 1. And we do have a little bit of a spin on each of those as well. Everyone's favorite casual stage, Quick Man.
Yeah, nothing ever goes wrong in Quick Man.
I just remember playing as a kid. If you didn't actually go through Flash first, and these lasers were really annoying. Yeah, there's a few zips here. Prizzy's setting the first one up. There is an option to do this next section in the dark. Definitely not suggested in a race setting, so we kept the lights on there. You can see the screen for a few screens there. Prizzy was actually on a different screen than was showing, and so it may have seemed like he wasn't on the floor correctly. Well, he wasn't, but he sinks it back up there halfway through. He's on his way. Pika also getting that first zip as Prizzy sets up the second one. This one is a little dangerous.
Yeah.
You do not want to over scroll that or else you will soft lock. So you can see Prizzy taking it real careful, doing his wiggles there to make sure he's not gonna soft lock.
Yeah, much better to do a few wiggles. Have a really bad occurrence on race day.
Pretty darn good fight.
Yeah, really good. Prissy feeling good right now, I think.
Pika not going for that second zip, which at this point there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he probably just stratted it out, was like, I can't get this enough, or I'm just not willing to risk it. It's not that big of a save compared to some of the other zips here, so like that first zip on Quick is much more important. Wow, perfect pattern from Quick Man for Pika. That was really fast. He's setting up for a set of zips here. He's got the dog zips and then the Goodwood. Oh, and Prizzy does over scroll that one.
Yeah, but able to get on the ladder.
Okay. And he did end up killing himself to get back here. Now we will attempt Goodwood.
I think for an event as important as this, I think it's Big Wood today. It's all about the Big Wood. Full wood, good wood.
Yeah, so definitely lost a little bit of time, but that was good save from Prizzy there. And good. Prizzy is at the boss.
No trouble at all. Good stage. And we have Pika and Darko on Metal Man right now. So again, a little bit difference between what the runners are going for and the order they're doing things. Yeah, real good zip there by Wolf, skipping a good portion of that screen.
Yeah, it's a little tough to tell how all 6 of these runners are progressing because the routes have diverged a bit for some of them. So it's tough to know. You gotta love Prizzy's even going for the baby zips here, like the one in Metal Man here, and He wants every fraction of a second.
Yeah, there's a lot. Trying to pay attention to the other four
like-
four wood stages.
Looks like Lack got good wood, Overswarm got good wood, Pika and Dark are doing it now. I want to say Lax just got, or Prizzy's just got Bubble Man left. I want to say Lack has 2 stages left. He might have, yeah, Metal.
Yeah,
and
Metal
Bubble.
Man. Yeah. Yeah, same thing for Overswarm. So they Metal Man.
Wow, Prizzy diverging a little bit. Usually he will go through this first screen with the normal Buster. Maybe he... I think Prizzy does watch how the race is going, so he might be paying attention to where everyone is, and he just decided that that's what he wants to do for this.
Yeah, it's interesting how different people approach it. When you were racing, were you a fan of knowing what was going on around you, or did you kind of go into your own little space?
Oh no, I want to know. I definitely wanted to know what was happening. Like, I'm a firm believer that you want as much data as possible, and if you can learn stuff just by watching how everyone else is doing and know what strats you need to go for, I think everyone should do it if they're comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think one reason why sometimes people try to kind of be cut off with what's going on is just to try to remove as much distractions as possible and just be in the zone, which also makes sense, is fair. But yeah, if you can know what's going on around you, it could help decide what you're going to do next.
Oh, it looks like, yeah, Prizzy's chat is telling him the standings and where he's sitting. So, yeah, then I think that's really smart because it lets you know, do I go for the really risky stuff just to save a few seconds, or do I think I'm in a good enough spot to where I can just play it safe, make sure I don't make mistakes, and make the other people play perfectly to catch up. Ooh, Pika does take a death on Bubble Man, which will set him back quite a ways. That's a very long screen that he's going to have to replay here.
Yeah, trying to get the zip 2 again.
So while we do have a lot of our runners finishing up on Mega Man 2, we do have Mario 3 Speedrunners Edition. You want to talk through that, Apollo?
Yeah, so what's really cool here is we're going to see the entire any percent beat the game category, no wrong warp for Super Mario 3. But what this actually is, and before this, I never really watched it. This is the Speedrunners Edition. And so the reason why it's called that is you'll hear a lot of times, like, you know, we hate auto scrollers. And one thing that's with this category, while it's a really good game, the wrong warp has a lot of auto scrollers at the end that takes up so much of the run. And so what the Speedrunners version does is it takes away those auto scrollers. So when you're on the airships at the end in like World 8 and you're going through, you're able to run through as fast as possible, which almost makes it harder for some people, maybe easier for others. And then the one thing that everyone always talks about with this run is the hands, the RNG of the hands. Are you going to get caught by those 3 hands that you know, 50% chance on each hand, how many you get caught by? This actually takes away the hands coming to grab you. Although if you want to jump into one to pick up a certain item, which some runners are doing, depending on the route, those hands aren't going to pop up. And so it removes the RNG of the hand. It removes the auto scroller aspect, and it turns this run a little bit more into kind of a skill execution showcase.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually really excited for this. I was hoping that we'd have someone like Prizzy or Pika or even Darko out to a little bit of a lead, because I want to see, like, the chase from a lack and an overswarm in Zelda 1 at the end here. I think this is going to set up really well.
Yeah, so I think as a lot of us have seen before, in order to get to World 8, you're grabbing 2 whistles. And so the first whistle is in stage 1-3. You get the whistle, and then in the fort, you're grabbing the raccoon tail, and you're flying up, and there's another whistle hidden. And so they're gonna call when they have both whistles. You're gonna see like Prissy's going through it right now. You got the first whistle, and you can choose to go to World 2, 3, or 4. But if you use a second whistle while you're in that screen, you get to choose one place and one place only, and that's World 8. And so that's where we're going to see our first stage that we're so used to seeing as an auto scroller. And Prissy's actually going to use this raccoon tail possible to kind of, I think he tried to fly past some of it, did not work out to what he expected, and took a little bit of damage. So now he's just going to run through. And yeah, so basically you see these little enemies pop out and throw wrenches, and in a normal run, it's normally really annoying because you can't do anything. You can maybe go and jump on them, maybe wait for them to respawn again, jump on them. There's usually boomerangs flying all over the place. But because of this being the speedrunner edition, you can kind of run through it, and there's a lot of those little enemies that you can more or less skip, and it turns into the bullets being the issue, the cannonballs. And you see there that Prissy actually is able to grab a fire flower. So there's a little clip that's a really hard pickup. I think you use the star in order to make it a little safer to go through those cannonballs. If you don't have a star there, and we'll have to see how the other runners go through it. If they try to pick up that fire flower, they could take damage. And even though the fire flower pops out of the box, they grab it, it's still just a mushroom if you're little Mario. And so the star is kind of the safer play there. You see there, like Darko has a star too, so I'll be interested if Darko does the same exact thing. Doesn't, so we're gonna watch to see. Oh, actually skip. So this is where routes go differently. So Darko's not gonna pick up the fire flower there. There's other spots to pick it up. You can pick it up on like the second to last level as well, one of the last airship levels. But basically, you're trying to get into Bowser having the flower in order to use the fireball to kill the final Bowser boss quicker.
And see, Prizzy's having a couple hang-ups here and there, just losing them little bits of time, but that time does add up.
Yeah, we see Darko here. Like there's a lot of places you can fall. And so it is when you're making these jumps, you know, one wrong move, you're hitting the fire, you're losing your ability, or you're just falling off and have to do the entire stage over again. So yeah, I was going to say Overswarm, skip that fire flower. He's keeping the raccoon tail to make it a little easier to float through this level.
And so 8-1 and 8-2 play exactly the same as the normal speed run, but you never want to underestimate those levels. There you can have a lot go wrong.
And we see SBD Wolf did something similar to Prissy. So SBD Wolf used the star going into that stage and grabbed the fire flower. So again, SBD Wolf, I believe, is going to be trying to now keep this fire flower that he has now throughout the rest of the run if possible.
It's like Prizzy gets through okay, keeping his fire. That's good. It is really surreal to play that airship stage that Overswarm and Lack are on when it's not scrolling. When you are doing the scrolling, rather.
Yeah, it's weird. It feels wrong because I think this is one of the games, like, a lot of us have played this for such a long time, and then you play it without the scrolls, and it just, your brain's not ready for it.
Is he trying for the door here? He does get it. Good.
Yeah, trying to watch. I noticed that Pikachu is small Mario right now, so that's, I'm sure, a little spooky for Pika.
Yeah, and while Prizzy was ducking through those spikes, he actually lost his fire as well.
Oh, Interesting.
So he had to kill that mini boss with just by jumping and no longer has fire here.
Yep. And honestly, I think the level Prissy just went through was the one where you can get a backup fire as well. So I'm not sure what is left for Prissy if he's trying to get it, or is going to have to just finish on his own in the last fort. So there's a chance that Darko, if Darko has a good level here, gets through. I mean, Prissy is still a good amount ahead. So
Goes through the clip once, doesn't get it, but that's okay.
yeah, it's worth going for it once because it takes a second for that platform to be there anyway. So you don't lose too much time. It's worth at least making one attempt. And then Prissy gets the high. You'll see that high clip. They're all going to be doing that.
Prissy should still be in plenty good shape. I mean, he's even if with Darko having fire, he won't be able to catch him just from
Yeah.
that.
Yep. Yeah. So Prissy's on the Bowser fight now. So I think if you have the Fire Flyer, it's like 30 something shots. With this, what you're going to see is Prissy's going to duck. And even though Bowser's standing right on top of Prissy, the hitbox isn't at Bowser's legs. And so Prissy is going to trick Bowser into being able to fall through this little gap. So the Bowser's going to jump left, jump right, and then just fall in the hole.
And taking damage there is actually not a bad thing. It actually makes the fight a little easier. Obviously, you don't have the safety of being able to get hit again, but you don't need to duck anymore. And Prissy's through.
Well done. That was a really good run. And Prissy was, lost that fire, but didn't panic and was able to get through without any extra deaths. And then we can see Darko hang out in the top right of the screen there, keeps the fire, and is able to kill Bowser pretty quickly. So saved a good amount of time on Prissy there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much it is exactly. It was probably over 20 seconds, I would imagine.
Yeah, that would be a good guess.
No, Prissy is definitely not 2 to 3 minutes ahead. He's maybe 30 seconds ahead.
Yeah, we'll see if probably less because they're both within the 30-second time swap. So it's probably like 20. So yeah, game number 20. We are about to hit the 3-hour mark in Big 20 number 17. And I think I have to be on, I can't remember a point. This has to be either the closest race ever or we've had in a very long time, at least as top 5, even top 10 go.
Yeah, we've had a couple where the top 2 are very neck and neck, but never one where there's been this many. So this is another ROM hack that we're using. You notice you start with 12 hearts, you've got max rupees, you've got most of your items. The only item we're going to need to get here are silver arrows. We are going to see a lot of our runners get the blue ring. A lot of our runners might go get a potion for safety, but those are not required to win here. But essentially, we have everything except for the Triforce pieces for dungeons 6 and 8. And so we are going to be going and doing level 6 and then level 8 and then level 9. Prizzy's going to go for kind of an advanced trick here. I'm not sure how this glitch works, but instead of actually bringing you to a temple, because you actually hit that raft trigger as well, you essentially get dropped off right by where the magic sword is. And so we're picking up the magical sword and going right into level 6.
Yeah, and I think similar, like I was talking about with some of the earlier goals, it's cool that in a race this big, in a race this close, we can see this is ending. This is game number 20, and we're ending it on Ganon. We don't always get a chance like that, and it's a really cool way to end this race with the 6 runners that you see on screen here, and even more in the background have put together such an event so far.
Yeah, absolutely. One other thing I'm just going to mention real quick, you do notice there's a lot of times where our runners are just using a flute for seemingly no reason. We want to make sure that we are, the recorder. We want to make sure that we're setting up future uses so we can get to the correct dungeons, because every time you use it, it will either increment or decrement by 1 the dungeon you're going to be going through. And so we want to make sure that, or the runners want to make sure that they're constantly having it ready to go to the correct one next once they need to use it again.
Yeah, it looks like one thing I will be interested in, just as we go through, how safe some of the runners, based on maybe what position they are in the race and what they know about their position of the race, what exactly they try to go through, or how safe or dangerous they try to play.
Yeah, for sure. Oh gosh, I'm trying to find Prizzy's tab of the time tracker just to check the difference between their PBs on Zelda.
Ooh, anything?
I'm getting there. There's a million tabs on this thing. So Lack has a 949. And it looks like Prizzy has an 1148. So that's 2 minutes.
That's 2 minutes. I would say that there's probably less than 2 minutes in between them right now, for sure. Like that, if that comes to fruition, this could get real interesting.
Yeah, I think it was 134 or so behind, about 95 seconds, Mythical saying. So this is definitely Lax to win. If he puts together a really good run, he can catch up for sure. I mean, to be fair, he is very close even right now.
Yeah, actually, you're definitely right. Just looking at when him picking up that Triforce piece compared to how far the other two were ahead. Yeah, there's already been some time gap gone rid of.
Yeah, getting a bomb drop there. He's at full bombs. He's in a really good position here.
Yeah, it's gonna depend on, because like Lack's gonna play less safe than some of the others. He ain't not getting any blue ring or anything, so it's gonna be something.
Some of these rooms are much nicer with the magical sword versus the the white sword.
It looks like Prissy's taken a little bit of damage here, but got some heart drops too. But getting hit a lot.
Yeah, so Lack is on the same room as both Prissy and Darko now.
Oh no. This is wild.
This is what we were hoping for. We were hoping for a chase scenario because we knew that if Prissy could get far enough ahead or Darko could get far enough ahead, maybe they could outrace him, but they didn't. And now Lack it's firmly in Lack's control. If he plays his game and gets through this, he's going to win this for sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
I was gonna say, what's really interesting is we were talking before about having data and like knowing what's going on around you, and knowing that, at least for Prissy, that chat has been letting Prissy know, if not Prissy himself watching what's going on, what it feels like when you have someone like Lack on your tail in a game like this, and how that feels compared to when you're in Mega Man, you're a little ahead and know that you can kind of make up some more time. So
yeah, I was gonna say the other thing that's gonna help Lack here is I know Prizzy does go for this potion, and there's gonna be about 20 to 25 seconds here, whereas Darko and Lack are not going for that. Yeah, and I don't fault Prizzy for that. Like, this is definitely not one of his strongest games, and so if that's what he's practiced, I mean, that's what he needs to do, and he needs to just hope that the others are going to make a mistake at this point.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah, it might take Prissy a little bit longer, maybe in an average run to get to the end. But all it takes is for that one run where Prissy gets to the end in 11 minutes, like you said, but then there's a death on the other side. And so all of a sudden, a 9-minute PB turns into a 15-minute run. So
Just looking across, it looks like Pika, SPD Wolf, and Overswarm are all within about 10 seconds of each other as well for 4th, 5th, and 6th. So we got 3 runners all very close for 1, 2, 3, and 3 runners for 4, 5, 6. Lack is just relentless. There's about a 3-second lead right now. And who knows? I mean, there could be some stream lag. So
that is true. That is very true.
It's all going to come down to whoever puts in the .done first. So we will see pretty soon.
Yeah, I just opened the I opened it. Open the race.
And Lack has taken the lead by 2 frames. Oh, and the lead is gone.
Lead is gone.
But he did stay there to grab a bomb drop, so he's got plenty of bombs to finish things out.
Yeah, it'll probably be big for Lack to freely be able to use some maybe use some extra bombs too to handle some rooms better than maybe some of the other runners without as much experience.
Yeah, the room he's going to now, the bombs will definitely help.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good room. They are tied, going to get silvers.
Tied. 3 minutes, 3 hours, 7 minutes. Oh, that is great. Look at that.
It's just crazy. So it definitely looks like it is between Darko and Lack. Prizzy is falling off the pace a little bit here.
Dude, Darko is crushing this run right now. This is great to see.
I mean, Darko's an incredibly good gamer. He has been for a very, very long time. Prizzy has grabbed the silvers, so he is still pretty close to the rest of them. Ooh, Lack did a lot better in that room and has taken the lead by a few seconds here.
Has full health as well, too. Yeah, this is going to come down to Ganon, straight up.
Yep, it absolutely is. Just one more Patra kill. Lack gets through it pretty good. Patra is flying away, though. But, yeah, he got through that very easily. On to Ganon. Gets the swag silver, it looked like. Gets the lock. Yeah, and Lack is going to be your Big 20 number 17 champion. Congrats, Lack Attack.
That is a GG. What a run. What a final game. GG's to Lack and GG's to Darko.
Yeah, so Lack finishing with a 3:09.03, with Darko coming in 11 seconds behind in second at 3:09.14. So 11 seconds. We got Prizzy now on Ganon. Not a lot of hearts. can be an issue, but if the fight goes well, it shouldn't matter. Oh, and you do have a 50-50 chance of Ganon kind of going to the left or the right. So, yep, Prizzy makes it through. Got a couple bad spawns, but that's okay. So Prizzy will take 3rd place.
Yeah, 3rd place in 309.58. So the top 3 are less than a minute apart from each other.
Yeah, just incredible. That's right. Darko did start Zelda 2 very late. It looked like he needed a break of some sort. And lots of things can happen. That doesn't mean he would have won, but that definitely didn't help him for sure. OS has gotten through Ganon, so it looks like he's going to take 4th place. I think he should break sub 311 here. Oh, and Wolf takes a death. SPD Wolf dying on Ganon and game overing. The game over doesn't matter as much, but luckily for him, I imagine he's just thinking, oh, he doesn't have any rupees. I was going to say there's a potion shop, I think, just to the left of him, but if he doesn't have the money for it, that's an issue.
Also, a funny little Easter egg. I was going to point it out while Overswarm had it on screen, but we'll see when Pika and Wolf. There's a little message at the end of Legend of Zelda as well. So pretty cool stuff. The hero at Big 20 are currently Black Attack, Darko, Prissy, and Overswarm, the heroes.
Man, that was such an adrenaline rush, even just watching it. I can't imagine if Lack or Darko were actually like watching where each other were and knew how close it was. Man, that would have been crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one for them both to kind of watch back and see how it goes. And yeah, I don't know. I think coming into this race, we've said it. It was crazy that we knew it could be this close, and I'm really happy that it came true. The script.
Yo, what's up, guys?
So I think we are gonna get Lack in here. Congrats, man. How are you feeling?
Oh man, I am on top of the world. What a feeling! I can't really believe it, honestly, with how some of the games went. But,
I mean, it couldn't have been set up better for you. Like,
it really couldn't.
Like Prizzy got about, I want to say it was about a 1.5 minute lead going in to Zelda 1 mostly because of Mega Man 2. And then we knew that if it was under 2 minutes, like that was about the difference between your PBs. And so if it's under 2 minutes, like you could come storming back, and that's exactly what you did. Like it was incredible to watch. It was one of the most thrilling finishes I think we've ever seen for a Big 20.
Thanks. Yeah. Shout outs to Darko. Only plus 11 seconds. That honestly, I didn't know. I was watching some other people and I didn't have him loaded because I only had room for 4 people on the screen. And so I didn't have him, but I think if I had him, I probably would have played a lot more aggressive, even though I played pretty aggressive in 9, but in Zelda 1. But yeah, I'm really happy Zelda 1 went the way it did. I knew that based on other runners' positions that I was going to have to really turn up the heat. So yeah, super pumped, man. Couldn't believe it when I clicked it and saw first place. So, glad to be on hallowed ground with a lot of other top all-time gamers. So,
well, I mean, it's not only just that. There have been a lot of Big 20s where great runners have won, and there hasn't been a ton of competition. Like this is one of like the most stacked fields for a Big 20 ever, and you still came out on top. So congrats, man. We're very well deserved.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a crazy race to watch. It'll be really fun for you to go back and take a look and just see how it ended. I guess you talked about coming in here. One of the first things you said was like you were almost a little surprised based on how some games went. Like, what you want to talk a tiny bit about that? I don't want to ruin the vibe, but like, what we know Zelda went really well. Like, was there something that like kind of threw you off a little bit and that caused you to have to be the one that caught up instead of being in the lead the whole time?
Well, I mean, I had like 4 or 5 games that like didn't go well, but they weren't complete disasters. Like every practice run, I had at least one disaster, like Tetris, Metroid, Castlevania, Mario 2. Just something went horribly wrong. And this one, stuff went wrong. Like the first thing that happened was Ninja Gaiden 2. I like missed the last jump in Act 2, and I got hit by the bird and like lost all my stuff. And then that lost like 30 seconds. Just that. And then I'm still like playing kind of safe. And then I messed up like about 20 pills into Dr. Mario. And so I reset. So I lost about 40 seconds there versus my goal. But then I played really well. Like I played really well for a stretch. And then Tetris, my goal in Tetris was not to die. I didn't care how long it took. I just wasn't going to die. And I did. I think out of 125 lines, I probably took 119 singles. Like it was extremely safe. So Ninja Turtles, I thought about doing scrollless route, ended up going with the scroll. First enemy, Ninja Star. So that was great. Mario 2, I died to Triclide and like had to sit through the cutscene again because I like killed him and then I died. That sucked. But overall, that went pretty well. Castlevania, I died in stage or whatever, the third board world, whatever. And but it was on screen too. It wasn't like on the Ouija bridge, because that's really been where I've been struggling. And then Mega Man 2, I took it like really safe. Like I went air first. I didn't do the quick zip. I like got health refills. Like I just didn't want like the catastrophic. Like I just wanted a chance at Zelda 1. And I knew it was going to be enough. I was like, don't throw it away on one thing. And then the last really big mistake I made was in SMB 3, where in 8-2, I was like, okay, I could take the quicksand. And I was like, screw it, let's go. And of course I die, so I have to redo it. But I was able to close out Bowser, and then Zelda went really well.
Yeah, no, it was great. And like to see, we were watching the top 3, and you, Prissy, and Darko all were kind of right in the same spot. We saw Prissy kind of diverge off to get the potion, and then we saw Darko skip the potion. And I don't think we were sure if that was going to occur or not. So when that occurred, and it was you and Darko going just like kind of neck and neck, we knew this was going to be something, and it was a crazy Zelda run.
Man, thanks. Yeah, glad I could show off a game for the fans out there. So it's good stuff.
So you said you had like a secondary monitor where you had 4 people up?
Yeah, I was watching Overswarm, SPD Wolf, Prizzy, and Pikachu, and we were all like right there.
Yep.
Like every time I would look over between games. I wouldn't look during the game, just because I was like, okay, where am I at? Because I didn't really want to think too much on the little stuff, and that's something I never usually do. I don't usually watch other people because I think it throws me off my game. But this time, I think it kind of, lit a fire under me to just keep going and really push it in Zelda. I didn't ever think of getting Blue Ring or Potion. And I just I did take it a little safe and forced bombs in 9 a couple times, just so I would have enough in case I got hit. And I did get hit by Patra too. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna like wait on the way back and not take those 2 hearts of damage and save 2 and lose 2 seconds. And I think that was worth it. I ended up getting hit by Ganon there at the end, but did get the stun lock, so that could have gone south really fast. But yeah, I was watching those 4. I didn't look at any chat, but I did have it up just so I could kind of see for myself what was happening. So
yeah, we weren't sure because we don't necessarily have like a full sound of it. So when, like you said, we weren't sure on Ganon if you had the lock. So once we were sure, it was like, okay, cool. But yeah, we were a tiny bit scared because we weren't 100% certain.
Yeah, it's that's a scary run at the end, especially when you don't have any safety. I've died in 9 way more than I've completed 9. So, shout outs to Darko. I need to go watch his run, because I know he's a really good runner for a lot of different games, and he really showed out in the Big 20, and I hadn't really heard of him outside of Mega Man. So for him to come in and just get second, just like that, was really, really cool. So congrats to him and the rest of the boys in the top 5.
Yeah, and it looks like, so yeah, I think we talked about SPD Wolf, but we do have Ice Blue and JSR both coming in under a sub 320 as well. So congrats for 6th and 7th place for Ice Blue and JSR.
Very
Two
cool.
other very good Zelda runners.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm sure they were really thrilled to see the end game for Zelda at the end of the, because that's just such a strength for them. So really top tier runners. So very cool.
Anything else you want to say to your fans, your adoring fans?
My adoring fans. Well, thanks for your support. We did play 20 very good NES games. Well, hold on, about 18 very good NES games for 5 weeks. I won't mention which ones they are. You'll have to figure them out.
Yeah.
And just thanks for the support. Go follow these other people. They're really good friends of mine, just to hang out and learn strats and just compete with. So I hope we can get more Best of NES content in the near future. Not just Big 20s, because it's tough, because this only comes around twice a year, so I never want to miss it. But it's just fun to play games at the same time with people you may not normally play with. So very proud of everybody. So, thanks.
Awesome. And yes, we are working on getting other runners in here. Apologize for the delay. We're having just a little bit of tech issues here. Well, congrats again, Lack. It's been great seeing you do very well in the last few, but it's awesome to see you take one home.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Yeah, GG's.
Okay, Darko is not going to come in for an interview, but I was asked to say Super Marissa World for him. So, Super Marissa World. Congrats, Darko. It was incredibly awesome to see you perform today. Okay, looks like we're gonna pull in, I think Ice Blue is next, so give us 1 sec, we're gonna get him in for an interview. And congrats, Pika. Looks like he's finished 322.59 for 8th place. Okay, looks like I think we got Ice Blue.
Hello.
How's
Hi.
it going, man? Congrats on the 6th place finish.
Oh, I was so stressed after Punch Out.
That's tough. That was an early game.
I don't know if I was on restream at Punch Out, but I got punched at the same time my counter punch hit Soda, and he didn't get knocked on his. It was a TKO punch, and he didn't get knocked, and I lost rhythm, and he knocked me out 3 times, and I had to restart Punch Out.
Wow. I think, did you say something in race time on that? I think I saw you.
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you pulled it back together after that, because you still ran a really solid race.
Yeah. I just deep breaths, continue going. Gotta keep the zen going.
Yeah, I think that's a real good, it's really hard that something like that would happen on such an early game. So it is big props that you were able to just you take it in stride. You were able to keep playing and still were super competitive and came real close at the. That is a huge GG. Because, like I said, you put a lot of time. There's a lot of practice. I think that just shows the kind of the skill and the confidence you had too, and just the.
Yeah, I'm very like, with the exception of Punch Out, like I'm very like happy with how my game went. Like I had a PB and Ninja Gaiden 2 to like in the race. I got a sub 8, and I didn't have a sub 8 on the spreadsheet. I had like it was like a 930 Kirby. I had a really good Tetris, a really good Dr. Mario. Like I was very happy with like how I was playing after Punch Out happened. I covered the chat box when I made it to SMB because I didn't want to see .duns. I forgot that Race Time has this really cool feature where your chat or the runners thing flickers when someone finishes. So
Oh, no.
I saw it at the corner of my eye. I was like, oh, somebody just finished at a 309.
Real quick, I do just want to say congrats, DGs, with the 9th place finish, and 5 seconds later, PJ in 10th.
Yeah, this is a super tough games list. Like Punch Out, like if you lose like something in Punch Out, you lose a ton of time. If you lose Tornado and Kirby, you lose a ton of time. Like this was a very friendly yet challenging games list. And I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, I think the addition of a lot of the ROM hacks that made games finishable, but you were still playing like decent parts of them, I think was a really good addition to this one in a way that you're not just playing either the beginnings of games or the same old goals that we've had in a lot of these best ofs.
Yeah, for sure.
Any other games that maybe were new to, well, probably not a ton of games that were new to you, but anything you want to keep grinding down or playing a little more after this?
No, because not to self-promote. I actually have to start practicing Zelda 2. I'm gonna be running Zelda 2 at GDQX at TwitchCon next month, so I gotta start de-rusting that.
Oh,
Heck
let's
yeah.
go! That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, no, promote. This is your time. This is you did the race. You did 20 games back to back. Promote the heck out of it.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're going to TwitchCon, you want to hang out, let me know. I'll be there. All 3 days. I'll be there doing Zelda. I don't know. We don't have a schedule yet for GDQX. But I'll be racing JSR, who
Ooh.
Big 20 number 13. JSR finished 10th. I finished 11th. This Big 2017, I finished 6th. JSR finished 7th. It's a trend.
So when first and second?
I don't know. Lack and OS and Pika and Prizzy, different level.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. Obviously, like both you and JS are incredible runners, but yeah, it did seem like there were a few that were just a little bit better this run and were tough to catch up to.
Just take out some Mega Man games, and we got a good chance here.
I mean, to be fair, the thing that made the difference this time was Zelda.
Yeah, probably. I had a 1030 Zelda, something like that.
I'm gonna say Lack was
1040.
down 95 seconds going into Zelda 1.
My chat told me that, and I was like, oh my god, that's incredible.
Okay, speaking of JSR, we got to get him in here next.
Yeah.
Anything you want to say before we let you go?
No, GG's. Thank y'all for putting on this awesome thing. I had a blast practicing and hanging out with all the people from, Big 20 stuff. And GG's to our top 5. I was a smidge too slow, but it's okay. We got 6th, and I'm happy with that.
Awesome. Well, congrats, and hopefully we'll see you next time, and good luck for GDQX.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, as we're bringing JSR in, we're going to also say congrats to Grayskull. Finished in 11th place with just under a 327.
And yeah, GG's the Grayskull and JSR. Welcome in, GG's. Awesome race. Awesome run.
Thank you guys. It was a lot of fun. And that being said, you know how it is. Like I'm like hecka disappointed with how I played, but at the same time, I'm kind of happy too.
The
I mean,
duality of these
yeah.
events.
I think that's
Yeah.
why that's what happens where, part of the reason why you're someone that is such a good runner and gets such a low time compared to such a large chunk of the competition is probably part of that thought process where how well you can do, and that's because you've put the time in, you put the practice in, and you know what like a perfect JSR run looks like, and it's just that's what it is. 20 games. It's so hard to just nail the perfect JSR run back to back. But I
Mhm.
think this race showed like it was so close, kind of top to bottom. So definitely GG.
This is a very difficult games list, and I came into this race with a lot of experience that made the learning process much easier than it might be for somebody who's relatively new. And so I focused, as you probably should, on the games that you just learned. Like my Ninja Gaiden 2 was really kicking my butt. And the irony is that today, all the games that I was scared of went okay, and the games that I'm strong at, especially near the end, like I'm pretty solid at Castlevania. I nailed Cave Skip, and out of nowhere, this bat spawns that I've never seen before in the cave, like at the roof, and hits me, and it messed up my timing, and I died. And from that point forward, man, it was. I felt like I was on a roller coaster. I couldn't regain control. That's why I got the potion in Z1, man. This has a knack of making you suddenly nervous, even though you've practiced, like you said, time and again. It doesn't matter. You still get nervous.
Yeah, it really is. It really is tough, and like you said, it's the. We always make jokes about it and stuff like that, where there's always something that like I've never seen that before, and then it's more of like how do you bounce back from that, or you just being able to use your knowledge to all of a sudden a run that frame to frame exactly what's going to happen. All of a sudden you're in a situation where you're improving in a live situation with a bunch of people watching. It's never the best feeling, but I think that's what makes it. I guess that's what makes it interesting sometimes too.
It's definitely a lot of fun watching the different runners from different walks of the NES life. You know what I mean? Like people who are Zelda runners. I'm obviously pretty familiar and comfortable and a big part of that community, but like seeing how they handle and learn these other games that they've never played before, and then on the same side of the runners from like the other communities, the Castlevanias, the Punch Outs, the Ninja Gaidens, etc., how they learn the games I'm comfortable with, and the sense of the community coming together and helping each other and seeing each runner improve as we get closer to race day. Like it really has, these are kind of, I don't know how to describe it necessarily, but the race is almost an afterthought to me. It's the process and the time leading into the race that I remember fondly. From like past ones, and I imagine this one will be no different. I've had so much fun being a part of this and learning.
I think one thing I did want to at least mention, and it's not just you obviously, but you mentioned like coming in with a lot of experience in some of these games. Like I really love how the community kind of bands together and makes a bunch of tutorials and stuff. I think you did one for Z1 and you and Ice Blue did one for Z2, and maybe you did some others too, but just thanks for kind of being part of that, like helping everyone else learn the games. I love the cooperativeness of speedrunning in general.
There were folks that taught me. There were folks that helped me learn well before I ever, got to the point where I could help others. And I never forget my friend Cantaloupe, who's in the race. He told me, dude, people will always teach you. People will always show you what to do. Just don't forget to pass that on, because that's what's going to help the community and the games you run to grow and succeed. I've always tried to keep that mentality, because these communities are something unlike anything I've ever been a part of. And I've met genuine friends and people I love and care about through speedrunning and through the NES community. And just, this is like, to me, kind of a culmination of that. Like, we all come together, and this is not easy. And I told one of the runners who's in the race, don't get upset if you're not doing what you think you should be doing, as far as like, oh, I'm going slow, or I didn't do as good as I had hoped. I mean, you're doing something very difficult that a lot of people can't do, and that in and of itself, the experience of being part of it is just something you should take away from this. Like, that's the more important thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree. And like you said, like everyone has that thing that kind of, like you said, it makes you learn at different points. You become a bigger part of different communities. You become, sometimes you get that special thing that you become like known for or something like that. And I guess I would ask one more thing before we get some of the other runners in too. I guess talking about that, how, do you have anything coming up? Is there any game here that all of a sudden you feel a little bit, closer to, that you want to grind a bit? Or do you have any like events or races coming up that you want to shout out real quick?
I will mention that Ice and I don't know if you mentioned it, we're going to be racing Zelda 2 at Games Done Quick Express next month here in Vegas. It's kind of cool. Like, I'm born and raised in Vegas, so we finally get a speedrun event here, which is really exciting. I've got some cool stuff that I'm planning for GDQ submissions for AGDQ as well. And other than that, I'm kind of still in my post AVG and trials kind of state right now, where I'm just trying to kind of breathe a bit. But there are definitely some games in this list I could see running. Like, I really enjoyed Mega Man 2 and 3, and honestly, outside of Metroid and Tetris, I'm never playing those again, but the rest of them I really enjoy. I genuinely had a great time, and I appreciate all the Best in S and the staff for putting together this list and this goals. Excellent job, phenomenal job. And to all those that voted, thank you. Like, this was awesome, and I'm just glad to have been here.
No, thank you. And it's awesome that, stuff like this is still going on. We got to bring the community together. And I hope maybe next Big 20, maybe we can get an entrant. Maybe PB wants to enter. So for anyone that doesn't know, that's JSR's dog. So yeah, if Gyromite is in the next Big 20, we might have a 4-legged
We are going to
friend.
be doing Wild Gunman. He can play Wild Gunman, so we're going to be doing that next.
That is hilarious. Well, thank you for joining, JSR. Again, GG's, and we'll be talking soon.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
We did have a slew of finishes during that interview. TMR finished in 12th, Psytown in 13th, Arcus in 14th, Rayo in 15th, and Packy just finished in 16th. So we're
Holy
up to
cow.
our top 16. All 5 of them were within about 4 minutes of each other. I think we're gonna bring in OS next.
Yeah, we're gonna bring in OS, and then because we're getting so many people are finishing back to back, we're gonna be swapping people in and out, but we're gonna try our hardest, because everyone's finishing so quick that it's gonna be hard to get everyone in. So it'll be there. OS, what's up? GG's.
Hi guys.
How you feeling? Now that the race is done, you've had a few minutes to decompress a little bit and kind of look at final standings, final times, maybe look back at specifically how your race is done.
I've mostly been ranting about Punch Out for about 5 minutes. I'm not very happy with my performance from this one. I do like how close the race was. Like, it sounds weird, but like all of us underperformed, which I guess is better than like one person just like running away with it as far as like entertainment goes. But like, I was a little nervous at the start, which is unusual for me, but it wasn't a great start. Like, I lost a bunch of time in Castlevania 3, and like it dropped so many things, and I was just like waiting. I was like, the next one's gonna be a dagger. Kill the guy. It's a dagger. Gotta wait. And like Ninja Gaiden 2, like I didn't die, but I kept bleeding time everywhere. And like Punch Out, Bald Bull, I had a series of safeties built in, because occasionally Bald Bull can just block your punches and not counter. And if that happens, you can get down to like really low amounts of hearts, and then you can be stuck in like a charge situation, have no hearts. I was like, I don't want that. What can I do? And I found a safety where you could just take a death from the charge and then knock him out easily as long as you have 23 seconds on the clock. And another one where you could just buffer right dodges with one quick dodge, and you get all of your hearts back, no time lost hardly at all. And then I did neither. And then I got to the last round. And from there, like, I was just downtrodden. I was like, that's the end of the race. And I lost more time in Kirby, and lost even more time in Super C. And it wasn't until Mega Man 3 that I started to gain confidence back.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess, like you said, having that confidence back, and it was important because I think everyone, this was a really close race, specifically like top. I mean, it was like top 10 for a really long time, even top 20, and then it kind of narrowed down in Zelda top 6, top 5. I guess talk about how does it feel for you knowing that this is probably one of the more competitive races, at least between top 5 and stuff that we've had in a really long time. And so like you're feeling getting into those final few games. I don't know if you were paying attention or not to the race itself, or people in chat were telling you or not, but like it was super close, and how you kind of played that out.
I expected to get 6th pretty early on. Like I knew after Punch Out I was out of top 3, like unless there were like serious disasters, and there really wasn't until like Pika late in the game. But knowing like that I was out of the top 3 was kind of disheartening, because this is the first time I've never not been in top 3, and it bugs me knowing that like just Punch Out or just the walk in Zelda 2 could have potentially changed that. But I was constantly trying to figure out like what should I change, what should I do to save time, and the only actual change I made was in Mario 3. Instead of jumping off of the last donut block, which occasionally I'd miss that, I was like, I'm gonna let it fall like you do in like kid percent. Like if you have a kid play, you're supposed to jump on that block, let it fall, and then walk and jump, and it's an easy jump. And then I missed, and it doesn't respawn. So yeah, I had to get the tail and fly up there. So I lost 30 seconds to Bowser right at the very end, and there was no chance for me to catch up at that point unless somebody died in level 9. Yeah, it was very exciting. Lots of close calls. I only had 4 missiles left after Metroid, and that was with
that's
picking up
spooky.
2 extras.
Oh man, yeah, that's spooky. So I'm glad you got through that.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff I was worried about, like never really happened, and stuff that I wasn't as worried about, like I bled time, which is weird. Normally I hit within like 5 to 10 seconds of my PBs in a lot of games, and it just didn't happen in any of these. And like DuckTales, I lost a bunch of time. Like Castlevania, I saved time. Like Super Mario Brothers 3, I'm normally like low 8s, and I lost a minute there. Like it's just, this is the weirdest run. It's just, I think this might be like my 3rd worst run I've had, and I know a lot of other people probably have the same thing. But it was very exciting hearing that it wasn't like one person ahead, and I'm also very glad that it wasn't like something I was worried about coming into this is that I do not have a game on this list. Like Lack has Legend of Zelda, Darko has Mega Man 3, Prissy has Mega Man 2, SBD Wolf has Castlevania, and like I don't have a game. I have okay times at these games, but like they're not that great. Like even like my Legend of Zelda, I got a sub 30, but it was like 4 years ago, and other people very quickly got up to that time, and so I was worried that like the top placements were just going to be the people who had been playing some of these games for years and years and years and got all these like really tough top PBs, but that's not what happened. So it's kind of a testament to how well something like Player's Choice can work, because it doesn't matter if somebody happens to be really good at like one game. They have to be good at all of them, and like disasters are going to happen. We did a practice race yesterday. Like Prissy got 1st, I got 2nd, and there were a couple of disasters there, but everyone was running really clean. And today, no one ran clean because it's the real race and nerves are on the line.
No, it's a real thing, and I think, like you said, with Player Choice, I think people really enjoyed the goals, and I think people really enjoyed the race, both playing and watching. And I think we'll have to, talk about after this what people thought about goals and like looking at future events and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah,
but I do know there's gonna be a lot going on. Survey for sure, and then I guess OS we'll probably hear from you more. The community here will hear from you more. But we got like I think 10 people in a line for an interview, so we're gonna get I think we're gonna get Prissy in.
Yeah, so GG's to everybody, and big GG to Lack. Someone asked me like, who do you want to win other than yourself? And I was like, honestly, Lack, because I don't think he's won a Big 20 before this one, and the ending games are like they're all lack games. Like he's just great at those games, and the beginning games are just normal run-of-the-mill games. And like if there's gonna be a big 20 for somebody to have this like stylish photo finish, it's lack in this one. Like this has to be like one of the most entertaining endings from any big 20 ever, and I'm really excited to go back and watch it.
Yeah.
GG's,
it'll be-
everybody.
it'll be- Yeah. GG's. So yeah, we're gonna bring in
Thanks, guys.
Prissy. Prissy, what's up? GG's. How are you? Yeah, I don't know if you were warned that you were coming in, but
It's okay. What's up, guys?
How are you
nothing
doing,
much.
man?
Relieved. This race was super stressed. I was like constantly stressed out by the games. I had like, you probably got you. I don't know if you guys saw it, but my punch out. I finished the last fight with 259, kind of like a throwback to Mike Tyson, the fight against Mike Tyson in Big 20 number 13, where I finished the fight at 3 minutes as well, or 256, sorry. And then almost tapped out in Tetris, last line, height 5. That was like my last, I mean, if that was a different piece, I was just, yeah, rip, just 1 minute. And then Metroid 33 HP, like, unbelievable.
Yeah. We had some technical issues at the beginning, but we saw the last couple of those. But there were a lot of things in your runs and other runs that were just like so nail biting. It was stressful for us to watch it. I can only imagine what it was
Right.
like for you to play it.
Yeah, Cove, it's honestly was the most stressful run for me. But I've heard from my chat that the race was actually really close. It was back and forth. Probably like the craziest race, lead changes, in terms of lead changes, like ever. So I can't wait to rewatch it.
Yes,
And GG's to everybody and to Lack.
I think it was Castlevania, one of the games in the back half, like game 13, 14, 15, like the top 6 were, I think, all on the same like screen. It was a long screen, but like everyone was right there for like all top 6.
Amazing, man.
Yeah, it was
Wow.
incredible. And like it's set up perfectly because we knew you would take a big lead after Mega Man 2, which you did because you're incredible at the game. And then we knew that it was set up for Lack to at least try to come back because of Zelda at the end. And
Yeah.
like it was a really, really good game. You were slightly in the lead, finishing 8, but then you went down to get the potion, and Darko
Yeah.
and Lack did not. And so that kind of put you behind a little bit.
The thing is, I didn't watch the restream, but my chat told me about it, and I was thinking about it, to be honest. Before the race, I was like, there's no way I'm not gonna take the potion. Now, at the end of the day, I didn't use it because you just don't know, you know? You just don't know. It's a 35 seconds time loss. But, so I was going into 8, and then people were telling me, oh, Lack is like 2 screens behind me, 2 rooms. And I'm like, okay, I'm just forfeiting. There's no chance. Lack is too good at this game. I should have played better in the other games. Like, that's on me. Like my Rockman 2 was good, but it was not good enough to keep me up long enough to tell me to not get the potion. So at that moment, I was just like, okay, finish this, all right? Get that top, get that sub 310, and be happy with it. And I'm glad I did that. Just glad.
Cool. Well, I mean, you've always been one of my favorite people to watch speedrun, so I always love watching you do this. So congrats again. Is there anything you want to say before we get moving to the next person?
Yeah, I just want to thank the Best of Nest crew. You guys are awesome. I'm just happy to be, participating and be in this community. It's been a lot of fun, even though it was stressful, but I think it was worth it. And everybody watching this, if you think you can't do this, you can. This is just dedication, passion. This has almost nothing to do with talent. You can do this as well, and you don't have to do everything like frame perfectly or optimally. You can just join the race and just give it your best, and finishing is already a big feat. That's all I want to say. So thanks for commentating. Thanks for watching. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Congrats on top 3, Prizzy.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay, I think Apollo SBD Wolf is next.
Yeah, we are going to bring in SBD Wolf. SBD Wolf, what is up? GG's. How are you feeling about the race?
Hello, and thank you. Pretty alright. I mean, I think I didn't have a single huge disaster. Like, I mean, there were stuff that cost like 40 seconds or a minute, but I didn't have like a death in Metroid or like several top outs in Tetris, that kind of stuff. So overall, I think it was a pretty solid performance. I got to the end, I saw how close it was, and I decided to skip the potion in Zelda 1. Had a bit of a rough level 9, arrived to Ganon with 2 hearts, he gave me the bad pattern, the backup didn't work and I died. But I guess I still finished 5th, so I'm pretty happy with it. Overall, the race is a one-time thing, and I'm overall like happy with how I prepared for it, and honestly couldn't ask much more with how the race went.
Yeah, no, I mean, you gave a ton of content and like the lead up to this race. Like you put a ton of practice in. It really showed. You were on screen for a really long time on this race, and like you said, you know, you knew how close it was, and so you know you made the choice to just be risky. And when you're going to be risky, sometimes things can happen. But you were trying to definitely win the race and put your skills to use. So it was really close.
I knew I wasn't gonna win because Lack was ahead of me.
Well,
but
you know,
I thought I might have been able to beat Overswarm and Pika, so that was kind of the idea behind that.
I do just want to say thank you for being the madman to actually go for the screen scrolls in Castlevania and get one of them. That was awesome. That was awesome to see in a race.
Well, happy to showcase it. Happy to showcase. I got 2. I got the 2 coolest one probably. The door warp and then the hole in the ceiling that allows you to damage boost up.
Yeah, so that was awesome to see. That was one of my favorite parts of the entire day.
I'm happy to hear. Happy to hear. And then I proceeded to just die in DuckTales right after.
Well, I mean, you know, stuff happens.
Yeah. Leonard, you know how in DuckTales when you land on the edge of a block, you can't pogo? So I landed on the edge of one of the spikes, and like that had never happened to me on that specific spike, and out of reflex I just held right, and that just put me, you know, into knockback range, and then the knockback pushed me into the pit, and I was pretty mad.
I mean, you know, you've had enough funny things happen to you over the past month that
so.
it wasn't going to be a real race without something dumb there, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, true.
But I guess I know like you came to this and you helped out a ton with like the Castlevania stuff and whatnot. Are there any either games you're going to keep playing, or is there anything you have, any events upcoming as we get ready to, you know, start bringing in some of these other people we're interviewing as well?
So the one thing I might do is some runs on vanilla SMB3, which is something I've never done any percent of run warp since I know most of the run by this point anyway. I might as well do that. And there were other games I was considering. I really liked Rockman 2. I really liked Mike Tyson's Punch Out. But I don't know if I'll actually end up running them. Probably not, I want to say. My favorite game in this Big 20 might just have been Kirby's Adventure. That's a really long run to learn, though. I totally would if it was like only like an extra word or something, but I don't know if I'll end up committing the time for that anytime soon.
Know. I could see you playing that. I could definitely see you playing that.
It
so
was really
I hope
fun.
You do.
It was really fun.
But yeah, so GG's Wolf, again, thank you for joining. I hope you had a good time. I hope your viewers had a good time as well for the lead up and for the actual race. And we hope to definitely see you in a future race as well.
Absolutely, this was a blast. I'm, you know, definitely happy with everything. This was fantastic, and I might just join another one. This was great.
Awesome. Well, have a good one. GG's.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we got to get through all these finishers. We had a bunch more. We had Stans in 17th, Firebroth in 18th, Andy Social Network in 19th, Christine in 20th, Turinin in 21st, Joseph H. Tobin Jr. in 22nd, and Fulgore in 23rd. So I think we had, another 7 or so finishers. We're up to our top 23 as we're still under an hour from the finish. So getting over 20 runners to finish in that first hour is pretty incredible. I think here, Apollo, we got a couple. Go ahead and let's bring Packy in. I don't know if it was Packy or PJ first, but we'll talk to Packy.
I have no idea. Yeah, let's bring here. Let's we're gonna bring in Packy. Packy, GG, how you feeling?
My thumb hurts, but otherwise I feel pretty good.
That's good. That's good. So what was, how'd you feel about the race? Did things go as you expected? Were there things that maybe surprised you with how well you played, or what do you think?
Honestly, a little bit of both, because I feel like I hadn't gotten enough practice in to truly master the runs, so I knew I was going to make a pretty good number of mistakes, but I PB'd on Castlevania 3 by a large margin, and I immediately got excited. But I had a death in Metroid, and that was pretty costly. But all in all, not a bad run.
That is good to hear. I'm glad. You had a really good time. This was like a super competitive Big 20 as well. There was just back to back finishers.
Yeah.
Do you think some games here that maybe you learned for the first time or put a little more time than you're used to, you're gonna maybe keep playing it, get a little bit better time in something, or what do you think?
Well, Tetris was really interesting, and I already speedrun Dr. Mario a lot, so naturally I'm going to keep playing that, of course. I don't know about anything else yet. I found Super Mario Brothers 2 to be pretty fun to speedrun, though.
It is. I personally, I'm going to put a plug in. I think Super Mario Brothers 2 is the best NES speedrun. I don't even have a time in it, but I still think that. So that would be really cool to see. And yeah, I think, when I see you in the race, I'm thinking like a Tetris or a Dr. Mario that's gonna you're just gonna crush that. So
it's them puzzle games, man. I'm telling you, it was Wario's Woods and Loops last time, and now it's Tetris and Dr. Mario.
We just need more puzzle games.
You've got games you love, and if those happen to be puzzle games, that's the interesting thing too, because a lot of people really dislike puzzle games. And so that's something where I feel like if you enjoy those, you can make up a ton of time on a lot of the other racers.
Yeah, I was playing 19 on heights 1 and 0, and it almost cost me because I started to get high up on the first one, but it all worked out.
Nice. Anything else you want to say to your fans out there?
Yeah. Thank you guys for watching. I'm so happy to be a part of this. I was really nervous, and I was kind of getting frustrated in my practice sessions, but once the race starts and you're just around everybody, it's just all the good energy that's around. It calms you down, and it helps you focus. And all in all, I really had fun with this one. This is the first time I have competed with TMR since the 2015 Nintendo World Championships.
Holy cow, that's so cool.
And that was very much a pleasure. And I wasn't far from him either, so that was a thrill.
Yeah, that is definitely a good thing to take away from this for sure. Well, congrats again. Like you said, you guys, 16th is a really, really good placement with this. So congrats, and hopefully we'll see you again next time for another one of these.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, I think what are we thinking? PJ? Bring in PJ?
Yep, and during that we got Jodo Sutari finished in 24th, Sinan in 25th, Lord of Lanal in 26th, and Bright Shadow in 27th. We had all of those within about 2 minutes of each other.
GG's to all those runners, and so we've brought in PJ. PJ, how you doing? GG's.
Yeah, I'm doing really well. Thank you for the GG's. Yeah, the run went really well. It was really awesome to come in 10th place, and especially like last year, Big 2015. I didn't do as well as I wanted, so it was nice to take everything I learned from Big 2015 and apply it to this one. Come in swinging.
That is really cool, and I think the fact that you had some experience from the last one, and I think there's some games that you definitely were obviously strong in like the Ninja Gaiden 2, stuff like that. I think Castlevania, you had a really good practice time as well. Was there a game that over the course of the last month, or even just in this race, that you just improved on a ton, or you just performed really well in this race today?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say Mario Brothers 2 was definitely a game I was worried about, just because last year it went really poorly. So that was a game I put some time into. Tetris was definitely a game. So like playing on Height 5, like just practicing, just not topping out was my goal. Punch Out was giving me some issues last night. I was really worried about Punch Out coming in today on Bald Bowl. But it went really well. So those are the games that pretty much gave me the most like anxiety, I guess.
I hope even they were giving a little anxiety. I hope they were still, some of these goals they're tough, but they can be still super fun. Is there, since you said you were in between 15 and now this one, I guess we're going to talk about some of those games. Is there like one game you'd be like, you know what, if there's a big 2019 that's a people's choice, can this game not be in it? I'm done. I've done it in 2 races already. Let's get rid of one of these.
I mean, I'm still pretty new to speedrunning. I mean, I think I've been speeding for about a year and a half. So
Yep.
I'm sure with some of the heavy hitters like, Arcus and Lack, like they've played these games so many times. Like for me, it's still relatively new. I don't know if I can say one game shouldn't be in like Big 20 as much.
I think that's a really cool thing where you look at this race and there's like a ton of veterans that have been around for such a long time, and then someone like you said is pretty early and haven't had much experience. So I think something like this, I think one of the reasons it's super cool, it gives like you or others who haven't played as much an opportunity to at least learn portions of games, and then find like maybe the communities they want to go hang with, or spend a little bit more time in those games. So like I said, I'm glad you've been in some of the recent races, and being top 10, that's no easy feat. So.
No, and yeah, like coming into this, it was like I knew I had a shot at top 10 just looking at the time tracker and the sum of best times, and like, but I knew that it wasn't going to be free. It was going to be a fight for it. So it's really awesome to like be among like some of the heavy hitters. I felt like I was definitely hitting above my weight class coming into this.
Oh no, you're in the weight class now. It's not above the weight class. You've made the weight class. So
thank you.
I was gonna call that out though. I think you were 13th on like the overall ranking for PBs, and so like good job, kind of like you said, like performing a little better on average on race day than a lot of the others that were ahead of you, because you got up to that to finish out the top 10, which is just an awesome thing to do.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So I think we have a couple more people coming in. I think we're gonna be getting Pikachu in here, but before you leave, DJ, anything you want to say, friends, fans, viewers, or any upcoming event?
Just appreciate all the support I received from like all the guys watching my stream. I appreciate y'all putting this event together. It's really fun, and I'm looking forward to next year.
Awesome, GGs. Yeah, come back. We want you back. Be in the next race. We look forward to seeing you.
All right, thank you for having me.
GGs. I guess we got Pikachu next. Were there any finishers that we got to call out? Have we caught up to finishers? Do you have any idea?
We just had Not the Goats in 28th place. Finished a minute ago.
Awesome. Okay, so with that, we're going to bring in Pikachu. I think, Pikachu, you were up there for a bit. I hope you're actually there. GG's. How are you?
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Now that you had a few minutes to kind of, you can breathe a little bit. Race is done. Maybe looking at results. You were on screen for a while that race too, so we saw a lot of your race. How you feeling about it?
It was pretty good, I think, but I can say one thing. I'm tired of these games. 5 fix is too much. Also, I think a lot of people had the same feeling about this list. Staying games, it makes a little bit bored me. Also about my race, it was good. It's still good. I'm not included Death on Ganon twice. and the misplaced bomb. I mean, it could be something like House without X, so it's still good. I mean, I have a lot of disasters this time. I 35 on Ace. For some reason, I just pressed the wrong button on my keyboard. Then I should go back. I panic. I panic too much. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm good. But as you see, I'm still have been good in this one. I'm happy Luck wins this time. So I mean, it's his list. I think he have big chance for this. A lot of his games. Also, my best run for this Big 20, I mean, I did a call pool of full runs, 20 or something like that. It was something like 3 hours and... yeah, 3 hours per minute with X. It's something like 2:53. Oops, 3 hours, 5 minutes. It was insane run, so I just thought to get something like that on this day, but it's not happening. But it's okay. It's only what I can say. I'm not even mad about my some disasters can happen for everyone. Like Issy said before, for me, something like that happened to him on Big 2015. So I just hope next Big 20 people choice could be with another games. Not Z1, Z2, I don't know, Castlevania. Same games, a little bit boring, and 5X. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
No, I mean, I am really glad that you joined again, and because I always love watching you. Like, I'll lurk and watch you practice and stuff. I think you practice really well, you play really well, and so I know like Zelda 1 didn't turn out how you wanted, but like you had a really even though you say you had a lot of disasters, like your run was still pretty incredible. So congrats.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I died in Augment 2 somehow. I just jump for some reason. I don't know why, but it's happened anyway. I died on SMB3, but it's okay. It's normal. It's common death. It can happen, so it's not so bad. At least I did good stuff in some games, like I almost did glitch in Super C. It's pretty hard to do. It was imperfect, and you know, I almost did it, but not happened. Okay.
That would have been fun to see. Well, let me ask you this one question then. You're saying that you're a little tired of some of the games being in year after year. Were there any games on the list that you're like, you know what, I'd like to see that one again?
Let me see. I have to say, I like to see Gaiden 2, Castlevania with another goal. I like to see Dr. Mario, Kirby was pretty fun, Super C was pretty fun, Mega Man 3, but I have played this game twice, so maybe I want to see another game. Quant, I don't like this game anymore. Also, low percent is boring. That is fine, but it was not his game in my opinion. But I think all people can say the same. Metroid, I want to see Metroid again, but I want to see something like 20%, something like that. Turtles, I don't want to see this game again. This game is not so hard for racing, but it's scary, and I mean, I have played this twice. Which game I want to see? Okay, maybe it's all. I don't want to see other games.
That Metroid any percent is spicy. I don't know how. I feel like most other people would not be thrilled with that one.
No, I think it could be fun. I have played 6E tanks. It's pretty fun. Maybe can do goals something like 6E tanks, something like that. I mean, wow, I forgot what. Anyway. I mean, we started use it on hacks, and you know, is here more ways to use some games like I don't know, some hacks like Super C, Darkwing Duck 2, something like that. Sorry for my English, we can confuse you a little bit.
Nah, we're good.
I hope.
We're good. Okay, Pika, I think that's it. Do you have anything else you want to say?
No. Thank you for asking me to join. commentating. Oh, anyway. Okay, I'm done, I think.
Yeah. Well, congrats again. It was great seeing you race, and hopefully we'll see you next time.
Okay, see you.
I think we got Christine next, and then we'll be signing off very shortly. If no one else jumps in immediately, we'll probably wrap it up with Christine, and then sign off pretty shortly after and find somebody to go raid. It does look like Blunt Bunny did just finish about a minute ago in 29th, so congrats, Blunt Bunny. Blunt Bunny did.
So yeah, as we say GG's to them. Christine, we just pulled you in. GG's. How you feeling?
Hey there.
Good job.
I feel okay. I mean, I think the race went pretty well. Castlevania is a problem for me. It just always is. I died on track like 3 times. So I had green and golds all the way down, but I did lose like 2 minutes on Castlevania.
I mean, it is Castlevania. Castlevania's tough. I think, it was a tough. It's definitely a tough goal, and I think, hoping that with some of the last goal, like each Castlevania over the past couple competitions has been a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit tougher, a little bit
Right.
tougher. So it is Dracula. Like that Dracula fight that is not an easy one.
It really is. It's the multiplier. That's what really gets you. Is trying to get the multiplier. You have to have Dracula spawn in a certain place, and then if you don't get it with the cross, you have to try to get it with the holy water out of the fire. And it's just a problem. I feel like I want to swear off doing Castlevania for any kind of event in the future. Like
gonna
if
have to
it's
make
got
sure-
Castlevania, I'm not doing it.
We're gonna have to make sure, if there's another people choice or something like that, just the brigade, the anti, no Castlevania, no Castlevania.
No Castlevania, no Castlevania for
Yeah.
sure. But I mean, other than that, I think I did okay. I got a 3:48, which is a minus 3 minutes versus my previous PB. I didn't actually really put a whole lot of practice into this one. I've been kind of doing some other personal things offline, and so I didn't have a sheet on the spreadsheet or anything else like that. And I haven't really been streaming that much lately, so I didn't really take this one that seriously. But I feel okay with a sub 350, I guess.
No, that's a great run, and the fact that still top 20, I think that just shows, because I know you've done other races, you've been around for a while, done other races in the past. It shows that experience where there's a lot of games that you at least knew a little bit, and you were able to kind of turn that into something that was still a super competitive time here today.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I was actually happy that I was able to come up with that Ninja Gaiden 2 tutorial. So I saw lots of people using it. It's pretty rare that I come into one of these and I actually have expertise that I can pass along to other people. So that was really cool to be able to do that. But yeah.
So is there, I know you said you haven't been able to maybe stream as much as you would have liked otherwise, but whether it's a game from this list or maybe just a different game, do you have any plans soon to try and get a little bit more regular on stream, or do you have something coming up that you want your fans to know about or something?
I don't have any speedrun events really planned. So October I usually like to do Castlevania 2. So I'll probably do some of that in October, but I'm not really sure. Haven't been streaming as much. I'd also like to kind of get into doing some iRacing on stream. So we'll kind of see how that goes. But hopefully there'll be another one of these in the spring.
No, iRacing's pretty cool. And also, I was surprised you said so it's just Castlevania 1. That's get rid of 1. 2 is okay, but 1 get rid of. Okay.
Yeah, and
I'm
3
taking
is
notes.
actually
I'm taking notes.
The goal that we had for 3 is actually pretty straightforward. That was actually kind of one of the things, because the other 2 People's Choice Big 20s that I've done, I think Big 2013 started with Mario 3 and Big 2015 started with Mario 1. And those are 2 games that are kind of really manic. It's you just get thrown right into it. But Castlevania 3 is pretty chill, so I think that was a great way to start the list.
Yeah, it was really fun. And I'm glad people like that goal, considering we did something a little bit different too, with the goal wasn't even decided. It was we had a little extra event, and it turned into something that I think people had fun with. So I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah, that was really cool. So
but yeah, I guess other than that, I don't know if you have any more shout outs or anything for anything coming up, but I guess GG's on that top 20. under 4 hours. It's a tough list. I know you've played some of these games multiple times in races, but it doesn't necessarily get any easier. These games are just, they're good old hard Nintendo games. So
Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you, I want to say GG's to Lack Attack for taking it. That was super awesome. It was a really tight race. I had the restream on the Best of Nest channel on the laptop here while I was playing, and it was really, really close. I was surprised that it actually came down to the Ganon fight at the very end.
It was crazy.
But yeah, it's funny because when I saw the list, I was really excited about it because I knew so many of the games, but some of them were kind of really tough. Like Mario 2 was low key super difficult. So because I had never played through that game with Mario before, but you really do kind of underestimate how tough that goal is. So, but yeah, thanks so much for having me. Really appreciate you guys putting this on twice a year. It's always super fun. And I guess we'll see you guys in the spring.
Yeah, no, it's a fun time. Glad you joined the race, and we hope to see you in the next event.
For sure. Thanks so much, you guys.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Bye.
So with that, I think that wraps it up, Apollo.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have on our screen right now, we have people in a bunch of different games. We're seeing some Metroid, some DuckTales, some Mega Man, some Zelda. So, I would say this was a really cool race to see all 20 of these games. People who are watching, make sure to put the command in ! Runners to be able to see everyone who's still playing. I know people are going to be playing for a little bit still, so I'm going to be hopping around once the stream here ends to just cheer everyone else on. But I just want to say, thanks to everyone watching. Thanks to everyone in the background. Nick, thanks for helping out with commentary. I always very much enjoy that you're here to carry me through these events. I can ride in the coattails of a previous Big 20 winner. So
Yeah. We had Mythical and MTI for the first half too, which is awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll go through real quick. I want to say thanks to everyone we had in racing, interviewing. Thanks, Anthole behind the scenes. Anthole's had an interesting day, and I think it's impossible till you do an event like this to know how tough it is to keep track of 100 racers and try to put it together in something that's viewable for an audience. And so, there's been a bunch of different people have tried to do restreaming. Anthole did a great job today, and so we thank Anthole so much for that. It was really great to see, and helped out a ton. Again, yeah, thanks Mythical, thanks MTI for the commentary. Had to get the celebs in. Like to thank DH Stom helping out a ton in the background for trying to keep track of what place people are in, who's doing what games people are on, and then looking for giants. Coding Wizard, some of these sheets between the time tracker that like Lack Attack and Overswarm and Looking for Giants have worked on, I might just steal them one time when I'm doing an interview and be like, look at this thing that I helped made, even though I have nothing to do with these sheets. And then yeah. And then thanks Overswarm, Lack Attack. Thanks to JKL, Mother Brain for all the help for picking out games, picking out goals, helping out with just the admin of the event. This is a really cool thing. I'm glad I've been involved in it for a few years now, and I hope everyone watching had a really good time. This was a super good race. So I'm excited it came this close.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have real quick before we raid. Apollo's going to set the raid up. I'm going to just shout out. We had 7 more finishers. Demian Neville, Reeve 42, Dr. Blue, ZG, Combustible Dan, Johnny Link, and Zendoi Kaban finished in 31st through 37th. So congrats all of you.
Yeah,
Apollo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just want to say thank you again for letting me commentate. I always love doing this. I don't speedrun much anymore, or really at all anymore, but it's always fun to be able to stay a part of the community and commentate, so I appreciate it a lot.
No, yeah, thank you for sure for joining. And everyone watching, we're going to send out a raid. We're going to figure out who we're going to send it to real quick, but definitely keep watching. I think we're going to send it to, I don't know how to pronounce, I think it's Flaus. So we're going to raid. I'm going to make sure the proper Twitch channel. We're going to send a raid. We're going to wish good luck. Wish for the rest of the games. They're on Mega Man 3 currently. And like I said, keep hopping around channels. So I'm gonna get the raids set up.
And as always, like, I think no announcements just yet, but you know roughly the Big 20 schedule. In the spring is usually a new games one, and the fall is usually a best choice or a popular choice. So definitely keep an eye out for those events coming up in the coming months.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I said, this isn't over just because we're raiding. It's not over. We're gonna be doing more events, and thanks to Best of NES, you know, we got Bad Breaks in the background. You know, keeping us in line. So GGs to everyone. Let's go wish we got the raid started. Go wish Klaus a GG and a good luck into a GG. And I'll be seeing everyone, I don't know, around. So